All right, so welcome back. And just before I adjourn that last meeting, which will be picked up again tomorrow at 9:15. Okay, in fact, why don't I just do that for a start? So let's adjourn the meeting that we've just come out of, and it'll kick off again tomorrow at 9:15. Can we move it in a seconder for that? Iron, Pip, all those in favour? Against carried. Right, we're about to head into a workshop, but just before then, so welcome Neil and James, Yolanda, Kirsty, and the team around the peripheral. It's James's sort of last day. We'll just call it your last day. So we're about to spend a bit of time for you. Yeah, get that smile off your face. Hey,
come on, at least look a little bit.
You've been instrumental, James, and and a real workhorse while you've been within the organisation. You've made a massive impact. So every single one of us know that. Greatly appreciated. You've come all the way across from Bay of Plenty on a regular basis. You've sort of chopped and changed your life a bit to sort of help us, and that's been greatly appreciated. And we appreciate that you're still going to be a cousin of us, basically, with Waikato Waters Limited, which of course we are a part of. So we will get to see you. But again, look, on behalf of us all, thank you very much. Thank you, James. I'll hand over to Councillor Montgomery, who will chair this workshop on the LTP.
Right, thanks, Mayor Mike, and welcome everyone. I won't say much because we've got to get cracking. This is another in our series of foundational workshops for the 2737 LTP. We've got three things to cover. Another look at the financial strategy, then into the revenue and financing policy, and then an introduction to the infrastructure strategy. We've got two 2-hour sessions basically, and we might have a very small break midway through each session. Okay, so we'll get straight into it. Over to you, team, to financial strategy.
Kia ora koutou. I'd just like to begin by welcoming our chairs of our community boards, Charlotte Fitzpatrick as chair of Cambridge Community Board and Ange Holt as chair of the Te Awamutu and Kihiki Community Board. So thank you for making the time and effort to join us. It's really great to have you sitting at the table with our elected members. This is very much a team effort in terms of leading you through this workshop today with James, Yolanda and Neil leading the financial component part. EL will be joining us later for the infrastructure strategy part of the workshop. But just whilst we're presenting today, just want to acknowledge that significant work has been undertaken in the background in preparing the materials that have been provided to you in advance and shared with you today through this workshop. So a special thanks to the project team members in finance strategy and service delivery who have contributed to that. If you can turn to the next slide. Thanks, James. James is in control of the clicker today. You know, my past experience wasn't particularly great. In terms of the format of today, thank you, Monty, for outlining that. Three substantive parts, and the majority of that will be spent on the financial strategy and revenue and financing policy. To the next slide. Thanks, James. Through the supporting material and through the presentation today, it's going to be clearly set out for you where you're being provided with material for information and where you are being asked to provide guidance. So in terms of the financial strategy, a recap on what was workshopped with you at the end of March, and then a check-in around the parameters that will then help to frame up the financial strategy, providing an introduction to the revenue and financing policy, and then seeking some, then there'll be a further workshop to follow on that. Seeking guidance around the level of review that will be undertaken, essentially, whether that will be a light touch or more extensive, and then an infrastructure strategy component, which is simply an introduction to what is an infrastructure strategy. Thank you. The purpose of this slide is simply to show you where we are in the development of the long-term plan, and as Monty mentioned, we're very much in the foundational stages. So we've workshopped with you strategic direction, and now what are you being asked to consider, and then how we fund it will be progressed through these next steps. If you turn to the next slide, I guess I'd just like to outline that the approach that we're taking is a changed approach. We've really focused on these early foundational pieces of the long-term plan with the strategic direction, growth, financial strategy and infrastructure strategy, identifying those as the foundational key component parts to then be able to provide direction to shape the LTP, the supporting strategies and policies. And that's distinct from previous long-term plans. If we think back to the 25-34 long-term plan for those elected members that were part of that process, the financial strategy and infrastructure strategy actually came at the end. So we've reflected on the learnings and insights from that process. You'll recall that there's been a comprehensive debrief that was undertaken at the conclusion of that process. And by including those things now at the beginning, it helps to provide clarity not only for you, but also for staff and for the community as we then, what is important to you? What are those strategic goals and priorities, but also then those that drive the development of the long-term plan and the prioritisation leading into the delivery of services and projects. So it helps to ensure alignment, but also we think that it will increase our efficiency and effectiveness. It will ensure that we are utilising our resources effectively and efficiently, and ultimately that we end up with a robust product at the end. So with that being said, just highlight here with the calendar, look, there is some movement. I just want to be open with you about that. In terms of levels of service review, by way of example, that was to precede this session, but on reflection, we identified that it was critical that the financial strategy actually happened in advance, because that helps to set the scene for that detailed working in terms of levels of service review. There's also a lot happening in our external environment, as Mayor Mike mentioned earlier, in terms of central government reform amalgamation. So how does that then influence the development of the long-term plan? Those are all things that are being considered. So we're needing to be adaptable and as we schedule the work that follows. But we will be open and honest with you and give you early heads up as much as we can. Thank you. Now going to hand over to the team.
Hey, thanks, Kirsty. Can I just say that the move to putting these strategic pieces at the front end of this process is a very significant improvement. So thank you for that.
So just a reminder that the financial strategy is a critical component of the LTP and is required under the Local Government Act. It sets long-term limits and policies for our rates, our debt and our investments to ensure that council is financially sustainable and transparent to our community. You provided us guidance on the 26th of March for key financial parameters. So we've started working through initial information against these parameters, and we'll share some of our findings today. We will recap on those parameters set and also request some follow-on guidance from what we've seen initially.
Thank you, Leilanda. So just a quick recap. These should hopefully look quite familiar to you. These were originally brought to the first financial strategy workshop, and for the most part, they were taken from the existing LTP financial strategy. So hopefully those look quite familiar, the first 7. During that session, on the 26th of March, which Yolanda mentioned, there was identified a further 3 parameters that were important to the development of this LTP. I'll give you an example, as given recent emergency events in Waipa and the like. So we have gone away and we have taken EM's guidance, and we have come back with this workshop to seek further direction on those particular parameters. So I'm hoping you've all read the memo, because they're in there, and you'll see in there what we're covering off today and what will follow at a later date. And that's really, really important, as per what Kirsty said, around by establishing the financial parameters in the background gives you the kind of time to then work through the detailed pieces of the LTP going forward, because it is a big, long process, and understanding the financial context, the parameters you've asked for guidance on, will help during that process. So we've included the PowerPoint and the memo for EM so that you can always refer back to it, because there'll be times you'll be wanting to refer back to it, and then as you're going through the upcoming sessions, really important. So let me go on. Now this, I'm hoping, looks pretty familiar as well, because this is our adopted LTP rates profile. So you see those numbers should look pretty familiar. On the left-hand side is our adopted rates level. You'll see the growth assumptions there as well. Just note the growth assumptions in 28-29 versus the earlier years. So as we know, for 26-27, with the recent finance and corporate meeting, we're on track for roughly 1.2%. So it is a very big uptick. I will cover that off a little bit later on. I'm going to talk through the next 3 slides, and then we'll stop for questions, because there's a very good chance that the questions you've got will hopefully be answered on the 3rd slide, or if not, it seems a good point to take some questions. So that's just a recap of, and of course that includes both Waters and it includes both remaining council. So moving forward. So what we've done here is we've taken the starting point of the long-term plan, so 25-34, and we've taken year 3 of that plan, so 27-28, which would become our new LTP. And we have just completely rolled forward the existing LTP. And then what we've done to try and put some kind of meat behind it is we've taken the draft annual plan, which you've had workshops for. It's clearly not adopted yet. And we've made those adjustments to capital, to things like Waikato Waters Limited co-funding of revenue, and we've put them on. But it is really, really missing a whole lot of detail about future levels of service, capital profiling, growth numbers. So but it is a good starting point. So if you look at the left-hand side, rolling all that information forward, you will see what our headline rates impact would be. So you'll see 9.5, 7.1, 10.5. And then in terms of the next column across, we've taken the parameters that EMs gave us direction on at the 26th of March around a desired rates increase. So we have built those in there, and then we've built for you there a dollar variance, and so that's really important to note. So as you'll see, we're quite far out based on that baseline, but your opportunity over the course of this LTP, particularly as you work through levels of service, is to work through some of those opportunity and challenges. I think it's fair to say it's not pretty. We knew that, and over time that we'll need to work through that if to maintain the desired rates. I do want to comment on that desired rates. I just want to put a health warning out there. It's great to have a target. It's great to be aiming towards something, but we don't know what that's going to look like until we fully work our way through the LTP. So just keep that in your back of the mind. That 5.5 might look quite easy, or 5 might look quite easy, but over time, you may come to a different conclusion or different informational evidence base that sits and go, is that the right number? Could be less, could be more, I don't know. Yeah. Moving on. I do want to point out one thing, and that is you'll see the real low growth number from 29-30, that's rates capping. That's when rates capping comes in. And the guidance in terms of our submission back from to the government was that the 4% was inclusive of growth. So if we're looking at 2% or 1.7% growth, our real rates increase could be 2.3. Now, before I scare everyone, I do want to say that there were some things in there about treating depreciation differently for Tier 1 growth councils. The point I'm trying to make is we don't know yet. So at this stage, I try and focus on the first 3 years. And as we work through the process, get more guidance, because my understanding is the government direction will be provided post the election in terms of what the rates capping looks like. Sound about right? Yeah, post the election, they've delayed that. However, we can work towards whether it be 4% or 2.3 over this time, because as I mentioned, the LTP won't be adopted until June of next year. Yeah, so we have time. I'm going to quickly move on. So that's kind of giving the context around what those headline rates numbered could look like. I'm not going to talk too much to this slide, other than to say that these are some of the structural issues we have in our current annual plan moving to our long-term plan. We know what these are. So 4.1 million of that is our CapEx program shifting to the shifting out. In fact, we haven't delivered as much as we thought we would in 25, 26, and we won't in 26, 27. So that's a hole there around depreciation and interest. Waikato Waters Limited, the agreement with Waikato Waters Limited is for 1 year with the option of extending. That would be approximately $1.5 million that council would receive in 26, 27 during the annual plan year, but it would be removed on the first year of the new LTP. And in addition to that is we in the 25-34 LTP, we have unfunded depreciation and run an unbalanced budget to the tune of 4 million in 28-29 and 3 million 29-30. And council's guidance has been, and I'll go through this a bit later, is to make that up and run a balanced budget. In addition to that, our LGFA 350% debt covenant is reliant on getting back within balanced budget at that period. The other things to consider, and this will be our levels of service discussion, is the curbside rubbish removal. It's a general rate. It's a general rate, and it's 600K of OPEX in 28-29 and 4 million in 29-30. I'd suggest you might want to think about that during your levels of service conversation, and is that something that council can afford given some of those other challenges there, because that would result in a reduction of costs. And growth rates, as I mentioned, we don't have a modelling confirmed yet. You've been through the growth workshop, but I'd be very hesitant to say it'll be 3.6% growth. So the way we're tracking and the way it's going up at the moment over these 2 years, and we're slightly ahead of growth, our forecast growth, is it's probably going to be somewhere close to 2%, between 1.7 and 2%. So the net cost impact, that is 1.4 million to 1.8 million in those outer years compared to what 3.6% growth would look like. Yeah. So what we're saying there is we've modelled in 2% growth in the rating roll over that period versus 3.6%. So less ratepayers than we modelled in the initial LTP. I'm going to stop right there and take questions on all of these things, because this is the real background about this workshop.
Thanks, James. I'm very glad you're going to pause there, because the previous slide and the explanation on this slide are they're kind of critical to understanding the background of what we're facing, and they are quite sobering numbers. So could you direct your questions through Joe so I can concentrate hard, please? Ion first.
So just for this one, James, and we talked about this a little bit some weeks ago, I think. Considering those growth, and I apologise, I was not here for the growth workshop, so you may have covered this ground already. But in terms of that lower projected growth, have we started to consider the impact of reducing our capital growth programme to match that, which would then reduce our need to fund depreciation in the out years?
You may have missed the growth workshop, which unfortunately I missed as well because I was working some other stuff. But the whole point behind that is I believe, Tony, there's work to follow, and it will likely result in a rebaselining of our capital sequencing, which will drive a lot of the depreciation interest rate charges. And that obviously needs to be matched, particularly new growth, to the growth in our communities.
Yeah. So if that all comes down, it all comes down in essence. So this is almost a worst case scenario at this point, because we are still modelling spend as if we're matching 3.6% in terms of capital expenditure and on-flowing depreciation, whereas in actual fact, if we pull it all down, we pull it down. Okay.
Yeah, and I've got a slide on that later on, but the key thing is there's three pieces of workshops to come. One is around the growth. To your point exactly, is where do we grow? And I believe in the growth workshop, it's been outlined that in the short, medium and long term, we have enough in terms of existing commitments. So then the question becomes is, is where does new growth happen and who pays for it? That's my way of thinking about it quite simply. And because the answer is if you're meeting your urban housing development target, should you build more? Okay, that's a question for EMs, and that will come in the combination of the growth and then the CapEx workshops in terms of infrastructure, and the lights will follow that around, because you're right, that impacts a couple of levers there, not only the growth lever, but also impacts on depreciation costs and interest rate costs rolling off as assets vest. So that has a direct impact on rates. Yeah.
Okay, Roger.
Yes, and thank you for all of this information that you sent through. I found it really, really interesting. I can accept totally your fact that the relevant period is the next 3 years. But one of the things that I don't see you taking cognizance of here is this decision that we've made as a council on amalgamation. And, you know, some of the decisions on growth and investment and capital are going to affect the position that we're going to be in after year 3, that maybe we will make some different decisions earlier on in terms of that investment. So how are you going to take that into consideration in these factors? Because it's structural as well as capital commitment.
So I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that process is sitting in train at the moment. No decisions have been made. I mean, council have had a preferred option presented, but my understanding is no decisions have been made yet. So we haven't modelled those in. But you're quite right, Councillor Gordon, as that comes to light and what that looks like, you will need to factor in what that looks like going forward.
I thought there was a high probability that it would occur. And certainly in the options that we've adopted, both first and second, involve Hamilton City, which I think will be one of the influences that we would think of in terms of those considerations. So I think we'd be wrong to go through this without considering that that's going to be a high probability.
It's a great point that you raised, Roger, and it's on the top of mind for us all. Firstly, I wanted to say that your discussions to date have been in workshops, so we haven't made a formal decision of council. I just want to say that, and so we're clear. But secondly, you're right. We've an overwhelming majority for Head Start amongst many of all the councils. So what we will do is continue to talk with you as councillors as things emerge in that amalgamation space. And as we said too, we've been having conversations with Mayor Mike that says we are going to have to adjust how we're approaching to the LTP probably a little bit as we take into account what the possibility of amalgamation would look like. For example, the key date that we'll know whether a Head Start proposal that we're involved in would be September. The Cabinet make the decisions in August, and they're coming out in September and saying these are the Head Start proposals we've accepted. That would be the first point in time where we've got confirmation that we've actually been accepted by Cabinet in a Head Start proposal. And you're absolutely right. We are now going to, if that's the case, we now have to think about what's critical in the LTP, not only for delivery to our community in the next year or 2 or 3, but what is it going to signal to a possible future entity of what's really important for Waipa. So you're absolutely right, and we fully anticipate continually having these conversations and bringing them to you in a timely way so that we can anticipate what we need to the best of our ability in the LTP.
Can I also suggest, Councillor Gordon, that we add a number 11 to the key parameters under new? So just reversing the slides up there, we add number 11, which is exactly what you mentioned, impact of local amalgamation, potential. I think, because you're right, we need to have that in context as we work our way through the next year.
But I still go back, and I accept what you're saying, but we're determining what our financial strategy is going to be. Yeah. And one of the considerations on setting the options of that financial strategy is what are going to be the implications of that financial strategy if amalgamation was to occur. I can't, so, you know, are we going to do all this work and then in a couple of months we're going to have to go back and reassess it because amalgamation's coming.
I think we're in heated agreement. I think that's the challenge ahead of us.
Yeah, look, I think, yeah, everyone is in heated agreement on this. And I would just note that the experience from the Waters amalgamation was that our LTP largely got lifted up and put in, it became the foundational piece of Waikato Waters Limited plans. So I don't think that a future amalgamation is any reason not to do this job well. So, but we'll keep moving, Roger. It's a really good point, and I like your idea of making this parameter 11 because therefore it is contemplated in the strategy. We've got a few more questions, Claire, and then Shane.
Thank you. So I've got about 4 or 5, but I'll start, and you can interrupt me. Yeah, when I've had.
Yeah, I might do because
Yeah.
we're a quarter of the way through this
Okay,
already.
so the first one is you're using a 3.5 multiplier, but we know that the LGFA's covenant limits us to 3.3. I think we should be working to 3.3.
Yeah, we've got a section on that coming up, Claire,
Yeah.
in probably about 3 slides. So we can absolutely, totally agree with you.
Yeah, cool. Okay. The second one is the growth rates, and we've highlighted their importance. I hope that we're going to have expert evidence that supports your 1.5 and then your possible 3.6. I also just want to dig into the 3.6 in the later years, because I understand that one of the reasons for that being so high is because of the impact of the industrial sector growth that we're expecting. And Brad Olson had a fantastic case for this, whereby attracting new industry that actually drives residential growth later on. And so you sort of get a multiplier effect there. So, you know, even though we're expecting that the economic conditions have sort of tempered that, there is an exciting opportunity for us to explore interventions to attract new industrial businesses so that that protects that residential growth. And yeah, I don't know whether or not we can do some work on that and how that could be leveraged. I don't know, but I'm hoping we might get some expert evidence that could inform us on yeah, those growth rates that we'll be working towards.
Claire, can I just interrupt you on that one? Because, I mean, we have had the first growth workshop. The undertaking at the end of that was that the growth numbers that are our significant forecasting assumption are coming back. So I don't think we should now get sidetracked into talking about growth numbers, because that's coming. We're not here to build a budget. We're here to build a financial strategy, and we're thinking about parameters. So everything you're saying is all valid, but I don't think is necessary to think about when we're building a strategy. I don't totally want us to get hung up at this stage on the slides that the team have put up. They're sort of by way of background context, so we understand, but we're not here to build a budget. That's coming later. So you had to give a couple more.
Well, a question was around the depreciation approaches signalled by central government. This is what James said. So any ideas what that might mean? The different depreciation approaches that were signalled by central government, you mentioned that in, yeah.
There was reference, sorry. There was reference in the initial, and bear in mind we had, was it 3 weeks to turn it around, Tony? And it came over Christmas. There was reference to potentially tier 1 councils being treated differently because of obviously their growth councils with high capex, and ipso de facto you end up with high depreciation charges. So if you're sitting there and you're going up 3 or 4% every year in depreciation charges, right? You've straight away wiped out your rates cap. So
Yeah.
very high level at this stage, Claire, is it's still work in progress. And to Monty's point earlier, this will be one of the ones we come back and have to retrofit back into the financial strategy, and how that looks around, potentially packs everything, capex,
Absolutely.
levels of service, everything, that decision from central government, right, and the outer years.
Yeah, so I've been trying to get some review of our depreciation approaches, and I'm keen to understand when that might happen, because as you said, it affects everything. And I thought we were in a stage where we were sort of looking at policy settings and indicating where we want more work done in our preparation to then go down to the lower levels of getting budgets. That's all.
That is a fair call, and parameter 4 is funding depreciation. So it does fit squarely there if we're going to explore these kind of alternatives like Hamilton City is. But we've got three more questions, and then I think we should move on. If we have time at the end, we can get back to residual questions, but I don't want to run the team out of time. Okay, Shane?
James, just to talk to your impact of possible removal of revenue. I don't understand why it's an issue, because that revenue is for providing the cost of providing a service. So we get 6 months' notice to stop that service. Therefore, we're not having those costs. So why is it a problem?
The issue is here is it leaves a pile of stranded overheads because all the people in the rating team and the customer service teams, the rest of the organisation who don't work in revenue producing areas, their costs are attributed back to those people. And so what happens is the more all the revenue that leaves, you're left behind with fixed costs and allocated costs.
But it's not 1.5.
No, it'll be because some people are on offer guarantees and the like, so it will be less than that for the actual cost of the salaries of the people transferring. So there'll be some rates people transferring and probably customer service as well, I would think, Yolanda. I know definitely rates. So yes, but there will be an issue. We're not sure of the size of it yet. That's worst case scenario. Subject to us maintaining the mowing contract and Daphne Street rental with Waikato Waters Limited, which is about another 300K.
Yeah, and we also had that negotiated a 6 months warning about that to get that whole thing sorted out. So, yeah, I just think it's very much overstated.
Look, these are structural issues that, as I mentioned in the preamble, is we're trying to do our best modelling a 24-25 LTP over 10 years into the current year without having done any business cases or anything around what the future looks like. So you're quite right. To give you an example, is we know in 26-27 we're going to move back 15 million of growth capital, right? When we've outlined that at Finance Corporate. So the actual 4.1 million impact up in the top won't be as high, but it's still going to be significant. But it is a structural issue, the impact of the removal of that revenue.
Yep, good question, well answered. Pip?
On the capital side of things, and it's been recognised that we've sort of overinvested in growth capital versus sort of actual demand. In our growth workshop, we talked about sort of ultimately over a long term, it's going to match out, but we're having to wait for growth to pick up what we've already got. In all of these predictions, how long will it take us to get back to a more of a break-even sort of level in terms of our capital employed? And are you taking that into account as when we start thinking about the amount of financial resources, therefore the amount of funding and therefore the sort of subsequent depreciation on that? And yeah, so I'd be interested to see how long it's going to take us to get back to a demand equation and a supply equation that are more in line.
Yeah, those actual growth numbers and the predictions are really, really important, right? Because that dictates it. So we've got a couple of things to comply with, right? The urban housing density regulations as Tier 1 council. We're in compliance with that. So then the question is how much actual growth is projected in the future years? I think it's somewhere between 1.5 and 3.6 is an educated guess. That's a big difference. And so the work coming up around the growth will then help inform EL through her infrastructure process and capital phasing and recommendations to EMs as they develop the next LTP. Because to your point, Pip, and your point earlier, Ian, is you did right, is you've got levers to slow down or speed up depending on what that growth looks like, right? And then everything flows off the back of that capital suite sequencing in terms of delivery of capital.
And best guess estimate as to when our supply and demand of growth versus uptake is sort of, it's going to take us 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, what sort of, where through this LTP process will we ultimately get to the level of demand for the growth assets match those of supply?
we need to wait for the updated growth workshop with that actual evidence in there. Councillor Pitt, that will provide the detail.
And you'll note that at the growth workshop, the requirement to cater for demand set out in the national policy statement was complied with through till 2050. So your questions, it's on that background, but the provision of the capital required to cope with growth is quite lumpy. Some of that is sort of foundational stuff. So I hear you, and it's very similar to Ian's opening question that we started this with, and it's something, yeah, we should all be focused on closely going through this LTP. Hey, that's the end of my questions just at this stage. Should we move on? I'll stick true to looping back at the end to questions if we've got time, okay, in this space. Thanks, Claire. Okay, James, over to you again.
Yeah, we're making good progress, I think, in terms of time at the moment. So, so those are structural issues. Here's some levers. I don't want to go through those individually because they're in the memo and in the presentation. And if you just want to take a minute or two to have a quick refresh of those. The key point here is in the third bullet down is over the coming months, as we get more detail around growth, Councillor Pip and Ian, and around levels of service, and we work through the workshops, you need to have back in the back of your mind the structural challenges outlined on the previous slide and the levers available to alleviate them and the likes, because the current LTP is actually a wicked problem. It's not a small problem. It's not a medium problem. It's a wicked problem. So for those who don't know what that means, it's nasty. Is the simplest way to say it. So, you know, just always have this in brief, and I don't want to how to do your job, but just always have this in the back of your mind as you work through everything, particularly things like levels of service, because those are big. That's a very, very big lever, and CapEx sequencing as well in terms of when it's delivered, how much of it, and the likes. Those will help you facilitate your conversations.
James, can I just say on that, my feeling from our elected member group is you've just hit on the two big ones that elected members want to be right over in this process. The capital sequencing, we've already just been discussing that, and definitely the levels of service. We did not address this in the last long-term plan. We started with an assumption that we were going to aim to keep levels of service at the levels they were at. That might have turned out to be a mistake, I'm not sure, but members are very keen that we have a fulsome look at levels of service. And I will note that there is a workshop coming up on that. And I just want to say, express to staff the strength of feeling amongst the elected membership that they want to decently understand that and have a sort of a thorough and strategic look at that. Okay, Roger.
Yeah, thanks for that. Thank you for the emphasis on levels of service. And I'd just like to ask you, I think you've received a memo that Claire and I put together that went through Mayor Mike and Deputy Mayor Joe on the definition of the information that we'd like to see to inform our levels of service discussion. I think, as you say, it's incredibly important. But that, and I've sent it round to all councillors just now, but really that has got to be a robust activity by activity analysis. And we need to ensure that there's got alignment with the government policy that we know is coming in terms of where the focus should be on local government activity. And also we need to have a structured classification of those services in general. So which are core services in terms of meeting our statutory obligations, but then which are mixed and which are discretionary. So we need that information really before us to make that informed. So I'd just like to ask you to acknowledge the receipt of that request.
Yep, thank you, Roger. And at this stage, I don't think that's been sent to staff, has it? So we will, we will make sure that you get that through the appropriate channel, which I suggested, Steph, okay? And thank you, Roger, for that. Claire, do you want to add something there?
Well, yes, it came up with the levels of service, sort of, I suppose, outline that you said we need to go through, because in a way, we've got to do that first analysis step before you then look at the levels of service in the activities that are going to be left with Waipa. Yeah, so I think it needs to be a staged approach. That's why I think it's important for us to recognise that these changes that are, I suppose, drawing us down into core activities and understanding if we're going to go through an amalgamation process as well, that there may well be activities that are delivered at a district level, but they're actually going to move out.
So my response to that, Claire, is, as I say, and Kirsty, jump in, we won't even know if we've been accepted into a high-level Head Start proposal until, I think by the time Cabinet makes decisions, probably October. The Crown is very clear. They don't want a detailed proposal in August. They want a very high-level proposal which shows which councils are working together and what is the proposed governance and operating model. We won't have a clear idea of what the operating model will look like until that sort of further 6 months worth of work is done between October and March, which is exactly, we'll be working through our LTP at the same time. So I think we have to work on best guess, and it's become very clear from DIA that they're not taking any of the regional council functions up to central government. So I think we just need to work with what we know at this point in time, and yes, and operate on that basis is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But the question I do have for you is where you spend your time and energy in this LTP, knowing that amalgamation could possibly happen. And therefore, where are your biggest levers in this LTP to spend your time and energy on? And I think that's something that we'll consistently work through with you. But I don't think we're going to be in any way informed to make that level of decision this side of March next year.
I thought, look, thanks, Steph, you're right. We don't have very much information, I guess. So I guess, it's just something I can see coming, and I want to make sure that we're well prepared and can, I suppose, reflect it in our LTP budgets in the best sensible way as possible. I am aware, though, that in preparation for the fast track proposal for Waikato, if there was one done, because I know it's not committed to at this stage. But my understanding is that chief executives are working up already, what I suppose a framework about what's likely or what would make sense.
Absolutely. So at
Yeah.
this stage,
I mean, would that be useful for us to use as an?
Well, at this stage, what we're doing is building an evidence-based model as to what proposals would look like from a very high level in terms of the size and scale of the council, etc., and what's coming into it. We're waiting for a template from DIA, which we understand is coming later this week, as to what's involved, what they were looking for in a proposal. So we'll have a sense then of what level of detail is required, but they are not expecting by August to have a really in-depth sense of the operating model of the proposed merged council, or whatever that form would take place, whatever that would look like. So absolutely, as we build that data and evidence, it's going to be really, really important for you as councillors to understand what that's looking like, what does the evidence shape up to be, and how that might inform this. And as I say, we just stay committed to being as open and transparent with this process and with you, so that we have all available knowledge as we work our way through this. But it's certainly going to be imperfect. And I think the exec are very aware of the challenges you're going to face as something moves at speed, and we have imperfect contextual knowledge, and we just have to make decisions with what we know in the best interest. So,
and look, I note that we've already agreed that how we're thinking about possible amalgamation has become parameter 11 in this financial strategy. So it's got its own placeholder now. And look, I've got this down. If we have time at the end, we can have a bit of a more discussion about how we're going to potentially think about amalgamation possibilities in this. But at this stage, let's keep moving, because otherwise we'd spend the whole hour on that.
There's also the systems improvement legislation that's coming through.
Yeah, okay, fair call. That too. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. I'll just go back to this slide, because we at least need to have a starting point of our LTP that's based on some kind of logic and not just rolling things forward. So my personal belief is we should get on with doing the levels of surface review, do as much work as we can, and just always have that parameter at the back of our mind. And when we get more information and data, we just overlay it on and do it. So, because at the moment we don't, you know, as been pointed out in terms of some of the structural issues, is we don't really know how big they are until we have more data. So this is just a logical step, because what we do know is we will need to adopt an LTP in June next year. And as we know, that takes a long time to get there. Okay, so I'm just going to quickly go back. Okay, so parameters 2, 4, and 6, 9. So now we're going to actually start working through the parameters, look for some guidance, recommendations, and also outline where the next lots of information will be coming to you in terms of some of these parameters, because obviously not all going to be covered today. So what we know is parameter 4, funding, depreciation, and balanced budget. So we've had firm guidance that EMs have provided guidance to 100% fund renewals and return to balanced budget in year 2, fixing our hole from the 25-34 LTP. We've also had firm guidance at the last financial strategy that there's a definite commitment to LGFA benchmarks. That was a bit of a no-brainer probably. And we were also asked by staff to go away and see how we could model potentially and look at some options of how do we deal with these emergencies as they come up again. Because as we know, it's been real hard for us for this annual plan trying to work through particularly the OPEX side of things on how we fund the OPEX piece. Because as we know, our ratings base at the moment, but just we don't have the capacity there. So, and then debt levels as well, that all factors in. So the reason these 4 are together is because they're really all interrelated. So I'm going to quickly hand forward for Yolanda, and she's going to walk through some options around funding the return to the LGFA covenant, and also what funding the emergency management piece could look like in terms of spare headroom capacity. We're provided the number of 20%. We've gone with 25%. Just for because it's prudent to do that. So, Yolanda, do you want to walk through that quickly?
So to address this mix of parameters, we've identified 3 principle-based options to take you through, and at the end we'd need some guidance as to how to progress. So option 1 is basically a gradual decline to the 2.8, which is in the foundation documents of the LGFA by year 7, as our current bespoke covenant requires us to do. Option 2 is a faster return to the 2.8. And then 3 is a really quick return to the 2.8, and then follow on options from there. So option 1, I'd like to show that in 33-34, we are sitting at 2.8, which is the foundation document covenant. For 28-29, year 2, in that table, we need to have a balanced budget. So therefore, we need to fund the depreciation in full in order to get to the headline rate increase as per parameter 1A. That will mean significant operational reductions or cost reductions. So whether it's depreciation, interest, or something else. To the far right, you'll see a percentage of the headroom against the expected debt level, so well above the 25%.
This harks back to our change in our challenges around the LTP. Our 25-34 one was all about debt headroom prior to Waikato Waters Limited transfer, and this one is all about revenue affordability. And this is pretty much taking our existing LTP and just working through the same thing. You can see the amount of headroom spare.
So option 2, there we go. So we've modeled the 25% debt headroom, apart from 1 year, so let's just roll forward. Headroom, so the 25% for the emergency events in case we need it. That means we can reduce the 3.5 faster to get down to the 2.8. We will still require something above 2.8. So that means it's still a form of bespoke covenant. Therefore, we need to have a balanced budget under the current requirements from the LGFA. So the same restraints around depreciation and operational cost still in place. Then option 3, what this does is it has our revenue multiplier in the second to right column reduces to the foundation documents in year 2. That means so we're no longer required under the bespoke covenant to have a balanced budget. Therefore, we fall back to the Local Government Act, where we can run an unbalanced budget if council resolves that it's financially prudent and sustainable to do that. So in this option, we could look at depreciation funding mechanisms. Also have to note that the headroom comfort level of 25% for our emergency events, that does fall away.
Just the importance of this is this might not be an option today, but when we try to address the $7 million of unfunded depreciation in year 2 and year 3 of our new LTP, we might sit there and say, well, we actually need to fund that over 3 years. At the moment, option 1 and option 2 would not give us that option. Option 3 would, because we would return back to our LGFA and other councils run unfunded depreciation, and it would buy us time an extra year to make that happen. So I'd probably suggest, given looking at the right-hand side, she gets pretty tight out the right-hand side, but I remember when we developed the 25-34 LTP, from memory, we were pretty tight as well in the earlier years, and with slower CapEx delivery than expected, we've created some headroom. So it's a key point there. So what we're looking for from councillors right now is what option would you like us to, as a preferred option in terms of the financial strategy to start with? It can be changed. As I mentioned, we can just carry on tracking, leaving a lot of headroom, or as we saw in option 2, we get there faster with plenty of headroom.
Okay, thanks, James. I think we'll do some questions for clarification, and then we'll chuck this around to see if we can get the guidance you're looking for. I note you're using 2% as the growth assumption in all these slides, and I'm taking it that's an educated guess more than anything else. Yep, fine. So just a question from me. Am I taking it that under the LGFA bespoke covenant to run a balanced budget, they are taking a strict view of funding depreciation, i.e. we have to fund depreciation. We can't start massaging it in any way?
It's a great question. So as we know, they granted us the extension to it anyway. They've granted us that for the first 3 years of the LTP and approved the covenant. I mean, yeah, I forgot to mention it, but the other option is we could go with option 2 and go back to the LGFA and say, well, we would like an extra year, and here's our plan to get back to our debt covenant, back to 2.8 faster than we originally thought. It could be an option.
Okay, thanks, James. Claire, you've been waiting very patiently. I made you wait because I knew we were getting to this point, and I thought I was guessing your question. I thought it would go well here.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Monty. Yeah, so I'd like to just clarify the statement that we're the need to fund depreciation, for the LGFA, or is it the LGFA covenant, the bespoke covenant? So it's no secret that I've been advocating for a different approach to how we depreciate growth assets. Okay. And some people have interpreted this to mean to not depreciate, and that would put us in breach of this covenant. But no, that's not the case. And I just want to put the record straight that my proposal is to actually have real world timing between when growth is realised and those assets come into play. So matching that, with the depreciation charges. So I'd love to have an in-depth workshop on what that might mean. But at the moment, when we have growth assets come onto our books, we apply a standard approach, which is straight line depreciation. So whatever the depreciation charge is for 50 years, 100 years, it's the same amount that it's applied for that length of time. And that amount is divided up over the number of rating units that we have at the moment. no consideration is given to whether or not the growth assets that were invested in because we're expecting 1,500 or even 5,000 new people to be living there and using that. No consideration is given that actually might even be 10 people that have moved into that growth cell. It's the same amount of depreciation. And now I'm aware that Hamilton City have taken a look at the way they depreciate growth assets. And I'd really love to have a good understanding of how they've applied it. And I think that we have a good case where we can say we're a growth council. We've got, actually in the next 9 years from the infrastructure strategy, we're expecting $40 million worth of gross assets to come onto our books every year. Okay. And when you think about the amount of depreciation that entails, there could be significant savings for us to match the depreciation charge to the utilisation of the growth assets. And I don't think that would put us in breach of our covenant. I'd love that to be checked. I'd love that to be
This
tested.
is the question I asked, so.
It would put us in breach of our covenant because it's two separate things, Claire. Depreciation is an accounting standard that our auditors audit us on. Depreciation is the spreading of the useful life of an asset over its economic lifetime, right? So that's one thing. We as council equate the renewals program to depreciation, right? So the auditors would be probably happy as long as we apply with our depreciation. Now, we don't have to then rate for that through our renewals program, which is what I think you're talking about. The reason why it's important to the LGFA is it's revenue to council. So Hamilton City, by way of example, don't have a 350% debt ceiling. So they're able to do what they've done and run an unbalanced budget. And I've checked on what their logic is about, and it's exactly what you described: is why should existing ratepayers pay for future ratepayers' growth, right? So yeah, that's what they have done now. But they're going to run an unbalanced budget.
I accept that. I mean, it'd be good if we got a bit more info on Hamilton's approach, but I also am going to be challenging you guys with your financial strategy where you make claims that growth pays for growth, because we are not allowing that to occur if we don't address this depreciation issue.
Hang on, Roger, I've got Pip next and then we'll go to you, okay? And Claire, I do have this depreciation as an extra time. If we can, we'll come back to this as well, okay?
Just a sort of broad comment. I mean, we talk about LGFA as the sort of almost supportive entity. I mean, we have to say LGFA equals the bank, and the bank says you can't do certain things without these restrictions. And we ultimately, on my view, have to go for option 2 or ideally option 3, because anybody will tell you in any organisation, you do not want the bank controlling what you're doing.
Okay, Roger.
Yes, and I was just going to make a comment on what Claire said and just pose the question. If the government are looking at a different model for depreciation for Tier 1 growth councils, is it not something that they could be considering to allow us that flexibility of variable?
I used it in the context of rate capping, Roger, nothing to do with depreciation in terms of how you account for depreciation. I used it in the context of potentially if a 4% rate capping comes in and your depreciation accounts for 1.7 of it, or I'll say renewals program, then you're at 2.3. I didn't reference it in terms of how you depreciate the assets.
Okay, thanks. Ian?
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
He's going before you. You were ahead, Mike. Go. Sorry, it was my bad.
Right. Right. You've asked us to look at options here. And so my option would be option 2, and it's for a couple of reasons. I think option 3 has got real risk to it, and the risk is around the unknown. And we've just gone through a period of unknown, particularly around structural change, around shifting to waters. We've just found, we found out in the last 9 months there is cost to doing that. amalgamation that is more than probable, there could be cost to that. Weather events, we don't know the exact figure and the implication, but there is cost to that. So option 3 to me is actually too risky. Option 2 is showing an intent also though of being fiscally sensible in terms of heading into potential partnerships with other councils, or not in partnerships, but amalgamation. Everyone's going to be looking at how everyone's performing. And to try and go too hard and too fast, that can be looked at as fiscally and actually not responsible, and just being sort of what I call lazy, which I'd call option 1 almost, of actually just not going hard and fast enough. And actually you guys are just waiting for somebody else to come and, sort of help you. So that's my take on option 2. I think it gives us the headroom. The percentages on the right-hand side look pretty good to me. And it gets us, in theory, down to 2.8 a year early. I know it's not a lot, but it starts making an impact from 2031.
Okay, Ian, and then if there's any more clarifying questions, we'll do them, and then we'll get into merits of these options, okay? James, do you want to jump ahead?
Could I suggest on top of option 2 is we have the conversation with LGFA to see if they're open, given this new pro forma, if this is the way EMs choose to guide us, that we, in terms of getting to our rates cap back to their covenant quicker, that they potentially extend our unbalanced budget by 1 year.
Okay, Ian, over to you.
I was leaning in a similar sense to Mike, actually. The swing for me is the depreciation. So what I couldn't think of off the top of my head, I don't know if you can, was how big is our, because we already know roughly what we think the growth, the lump from the growth depreciation in the first 2 or 3 years of the new LTP. We kind of have a feel for that already, right? Because it's already in train, that growth works. Because the only reason you would want to move to option 3 is if we really wanted to get to that unfunded, we wanted to run an unbalanced budget so we could smooth the curve of that growth. So, but I think my question may almost be null and void, because I think it goes to your point of if we can go option 2 and have a chat with LGFA about an unbalanced budget to do exactly what I just described, that seems like the.
And we've clearly heard about the depreciation and new growth assets. That's the thing we can't do today. We have to rely on the growth piece, and then the capital program. We'll need to see what that looks like for new assets. So it's definitely something that's noted.
I had one follow-on question, which is a sneaky one, which was, what is your preferred option? And you land there, James, will work out different.
I'll hedge my bets here. It's option 2 plus the LGFA conversation. But when the next version of the LTP is run and you've got higher probability about your revenue strike and your sources of revenue, because that will dictate your headroom, right? Is I could potentially go to option 3. Option 3 buys you the flexibility, and also something I haven't talked about, and I don't want to go to diatribe because I'll be here all day, is this has an impact on your credit rating as well.
Yeah.
Maintaining a 3.5, this option 2 is good, we get down quicker. But when Fitch's go to combine Waikato Waters Limited debt with this and see, they'll look at it together. So it's just something to consider in the background.
Okay, let's try and get a sense of the room's
Yolanda.
feeling on this.
Yolanda's view.
Oh, okay, yeah, no,
Yes.
you're our acting CFO as of now, aren't you? So,
No, I'm 100% aligned.
okay, what I was proposing you guys could do is just in one sentence, basically summarize, and we'll work backwards, I think. Let's start with 3. Just summarize simply what that would look like, and then we'll see if people want to speak for or against that. So 3 in a brief sort of couple of sentences, what does that look like?
So what it looks like is you don't have your 20% spare headroom you want there for most of the years, middle years really, to fund any emergency events. If anything goes wrong, you're right up against it. So if growth numbers come in less, something happens in the rating base or something unexpected happens, that could have an impact. So that's option 3, but you get back quicker to a balanced budget and therefore being able to control your own destiny around balanced budgets. That's option 3.
Okay, let's just discuss this for a bit, okay?
Just a moment. Could you also say how Fitch would view
Yeah,
it
okay, cool.
here with Waikato Waters as well? That's important to me too, yeah.
Sorry, what was that, Claire?
So for each of the options you speak to, how that would be viewed by Fitch with the Waikato Waters sort of bundled in?
Okay, so option 3, it's an interesting one for Fitch because they could sit there and say you haven't got much headroom left. What happens if something goes wrong? Or alternatively, well done, you guys are getting back on track quickly because it's about the financial stability as they said, right? So you'd reduce debt, but interesting one.
Okay, good. And so if that's your brief summary of option 3, we've already heard me and Mike say it feels a bit risky to him, basically on basis of the debt headroom getting pretty skinny. We've been there before. Anyone have anything they want to sort of add, or particularly if they want to speak in favour of option 3, it'd be a really good time to do it. Otherwise, I'll probably get the sense of the room that no one's particularly in favour of. Otherwise, we'll call that as probably not 3. And then I think we'll go to 1, okay? Which me and Mike has already called the lazy option. So if you could give us your praise of option 1, and we'll do the same.
I think having a lazy balance sheet would be an apt description here. Look, option 1 is we've literally just rolled forward our existing, what it looks like existing in terms of our return to the LGFA covenant. So it's carrying a lot of headroom, unless you foresee you want to build some new pools or new ships or whatever, not that there's any harbours here, but if you wanted to build some new pools or libraries or bridges, then maybe you want to keep that option because you'll have headroom. Or option...
Sorry, I just want to note that this means the balanced budget requirement from the LGFA is firm. So we cannot, I don't think we can enter into a discussion with them. That means significant reduction to our operating cost base.
If we want to hit the kind of rates increases that we have given you in parameter 1A. So that's really important to know this. This is a tough one. So in a way, it's not lazy. You've got a comfortable debt headroom position, but you're really putting pressure on the organisation to run a balanced budget on this.
Yeah, that's right. You have to find 7 million unfunded depreciation in year 2 and year 3 of a new LTP.
Yep, which previously we had agreed to spread out over a longer time frame. Okay, that's correct, isn't it, Yolanda? That was my memory, that we'd caught that back up by the end of the last 10-year plan, but now we're doing it much faster because we've asked you to. Yeah, okay. So what do people feel about this? No one particularly keen on this one? Okay. Okay.
Sorry. I don't think we could ignore both amalgamation and the government system improvements. And I think quite strongly that option 2 is more aligned with those changes. It gives us the safer track forward and less risky.
Okay, that by default means that this room is pretty comfortable with option 2, but I acknowledge there's a couple of variations potentially in there depending on how we get on with LGFA. Just a question from me, the revenue multiplier in option 2 drops down to 3.1 straight away. That doesn't get us off the hook, does it? We have to get to 2.8, or is there some gradient you progressively get off the hook?
2.8.
So, yeah, you're going to have an interesting discussion with LGFA if this is the kind of route we take, a negotiation essentially, about how we might handle depreciation. So
it's an indication of our intent.
Yeah, yeah, okay. So the room understands that. That's kind of what we're asking the team to do. So we do want to step down. We want to have the ability potentially to be flexible in how we fund this depreciation gap. And yeah, so that's where we're heading. It's pretty clear. Okay, there you go. There's your guidance. That was relatively easy.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll have that initial conversation with LGFA around option 2, and because you may not need it once we've actually fleshed it all out, you might say we might do it. I suspect not. I suspect you will. Yeah, move on.
Good.
Levels, parameter 3, I'm not going to go too much into this because this is for the 4th of June session, levels of service. It's a big lever, as I previously mentioned. I'm just going to quickly scroll back to our table back here, and then I'll move on to the next slide. So what that will let us do is once we've done the levels of service workshop and we've done some, we can put some business cases and that through our modelling, we'll be able to update this table to have a more realistic look at what the actual headline rates increases and what those, what it looks like. So that'll form the next good conversation around actually what does it look like now, because actually Yolanda I won't be, but Yolanda will be able to model the changes in years because we'll have firm numbers instead of estimations.
Can I just note, Steph's just informed me, of course, the level of service workshop has been delayed. Do you want to speak to that?
Just, James might not be aware because he's had his head in other spaces, but we're not going to do the levels of service on 4th of June. We talked with Mayor Mike and Joe yesterday. We're just going to repivot that workshop, and it will, the levels of service workshop will be when, Kirsty?
The 25th of June.
Okay.
the date
Here we go, 25th of June.
And I've already relayed my impression of the table to the team, so I think we're done there.
Okay, next one, so that was a FYI, the previous one. This one, we're looking for firm guidance. So one of the key pillars of our current LTP, and the potential new one is, and it was reconfirmed on the 26th of March, was no appetite for borrowing for operating expenditure. However, council have asked us to maintain a headroom to fund any potential emergency events of 20%. Which that would kind of intimate to me that you would want to borrow for OPEX costs. As we know, we've had quite a lot of those after the last 2 events. So I've got one question is this the exception? And then the other thing is, there's other ways we could build that emergency fund. So it could be via borrowing and then rating to the ratepayer. And so that would be the smooth way in terms of headline rates. Or the other way is by creating some reserves, but that would obviously impact on your 1A and 1B in terms of affordability and your desired rates increases, because you would rate for operational expenses through the general rate more than likely. So straight away, that would be a headline increase to build some type of meaningful reserve. So what we know is if you put up rates by 1%, you're getting about 900K a year into that reserve, which the operational cost of the recent event was around about 900K.
Okay, thanks. Can we do the same as last? Any questions for clarification first, and then we can get into positions and so on. So Mike, do you have a question for clarification? Yep.
So a question is this third option realistic in terms of, it'd be interesting to see how many surpluses we've run over the past, say, decade, and taking all of or a percentage of those surpluses and putting them into this, I call it rainy day fund, literally. Just give us a comment on that as there's obviously no impact directly, but the risk is do you run a surplus, but just as a financial strategy.
600. So we are forecasting a 600K surplus, a general rate surplus for this year, which we presented at the finance corporate rate, maybe a little bit higher. And the previous year we were around about 500, so 24, 25. So yeah, we do use that cash surplus for other events. So the opportunity cost of using that is things like the mayoral relief fund and unforeseen circumstances, which we seem to have a few, that reserve would be depleted.
But my question was twofold: take all or a percentage of. So what you're alluding to is all, but what about a percentage of that?
I can only work from the last 2 events. And so this recent one, EL was roughly 900K of OPEX and the November one was 1 million. So if we average just one of those a year, it's not enough.
But
It's a start.
My last point would be, but over 10 years, what's it been? I'm not really, to be honest, perfectly interested in the last 2 years. It would be 10 years of surpluses, 10 years of this sort of cost. Getting some data would be my question.
Mayor Mike, with all due respect, you are not where you were. This council is not where it was 10 years ago. And under 1A, your rating number is significantly less than than it has been for quite some time. And I don't see a world where you have $1 million, $2 million, $3 million worth of cash surpluses. Not with the revenue position council's in at the moment. I just don't see it happening.
And to be clear,
But
this is
I-
only,
it's
this
a
is
good
only
question.
general funds cash surplus, right?
Correct.
Because all the tagged stuff has to go into its own reserve accounts.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, Claire, and then Roger.
Yeah, so the question I had was, it'd be good to know what other councils do. Like, have you done some research on how other councils have handled this and maybe, found ways to create some of a kind of rainy day fund or something? It'd be good to understand, Because I mean, some of those other councils have been facing these extreme disasters and events, for longer than us. So they might have been able to work it out,
Steve, do you know what Whakatane does, given the?
We were using debt funding, but because of the constant nature of what we were facing, let alone what councils like Gisborne, Tairāwhiti, we were looking at doing a resilience-based targeted rate over time because we needed to build up a buffer. It's a real judgment thing for the council, really depending on what your balance sheet's looking like and the frequency of events, etc. It wouldn't take much probably to do a bit of a search across councils and find out who is taking which of the options. And there really only are two options. One is you use debt headroom, or one is you have a targeted rate for resilience. So
You've got to be creative though. I mean, I've just realised that we did have a program for selling assets to help with our debt headroom. Now, we don't have the same pressure to do that, but we may consider that we might proceed with some of those sales, but ring fence some proceeds, to create a fund.
Yeah, I think though that is the possibility, that's right. But what we've decided is we're going to stop selling assets to actually grow our investment fund for a much greater dividend and return to the community over time. So I think, and you run out very quickly if you use that as a strategy for natural events, and given the climate change presentation that Mike and I were part of and a number of councillors on Friday at Zone 2, the likelihood of and the intensification of these events is only just going to increase. All of the modelling shows that. And so we actually need a more sustainable, resilient strategy, potentially I would advise than that. But we can, to your original question, we can reach out and get some evidence.
Okay, Roger.
Yeah, I mean, I think I like the idea of surpluses into an emergency fund, but I think if ever we did that, we'd have to have a discipline around the table that we don't get tempted to use that emergency fund for discretionary items that we like the sound of at the time. And I think in the past, we've actually done that a little bit and used that. But just correct me if I'm wrong, in terms of the rates capping, then funding of emergency activity is actually accepted as being allowable in addition to that rates cap. I think.
Roger, can you repeat the question?
It's a good question, yeah.
I think the current rates cap that we've got going, that we know that's coming, I think within that legislation, there was an acceptance that additional rates funding could be applied for in response to emergency events within the community.
Yes, that's right. You're absolutely right. Emergency events could be applied for in retrospect. What I would say is think about that with extreme levels of caution, because then you've got central government dictating, again, the levels of subsidy, what would qualify for an event to be considered, and the time it may take in a system to put forward an application to then get that back. So it is, you're right, Roger. In theory, that's the principle they're using for emergency management. I think we would need to understand that in a lot more detail to understand whether its strengths and weaknesses.
If we had the two-fold system, like we had the reserve that we'd created that became our first point, then our second fallback could be to apply for that retrospective rates funding without it putting pressure on the system.
Okay, thanks. Dale-Marie?
Well, because I always champion the voice of alternative things. So I'm just going to bring up in regards to this and looking at especially resilience and some evidence-based stuff that I think we should be looking at is how Tairāwhiti are doing that over at Te Araroa. Now, a lot of people don't even want iwi at the table, but I can tell you iwi over there have helped in a way where now they have hapu leads now. We don't want hapu leads over here, but iwi came halfway to the party around containers with salination plants that are tucked in with them. I know this has been a tag on to what Whakatane has done. So when you guys are thinking about blocking iwi out, these are the times I'm going to say, don't bloody forget us, because actually we can help in this space, because when you think about Māori outcomes, we're not a cultural add-on. We can actually help with water and infrastructure, and we see that in Cambridge. And what Mātauranga Māori strengthens is technical outcomes like catchment management and water quality. So when we're talking about needing funds, we need to remember who our friends and partners are out there. Kia ora.
Thanks, Dale-Marie. That takes us nicely into a consideration of the options here, I think. There's basically two options, as you said, Steph. You're either trying to build a fund in some way, or you're keeping your balance sheet strong enough that you've got borrowing headroom to deal with crises as they arrive. Probably let's start with the latter, because we haven't so much discussed that. We have talked more about the building the fund. So by maintaining sufficient headroom, it is one of the strategies for dealing with these emergencies. I take your point. You would be borrowing to fund OPEX, but that'd be relatively short-term borrowing. We'd be doing that over a 10-year timeframe or something like that, I imagine, not our long-term infrastructure stuff. And I'll start this off. For me, it's definitely a valid strategy. It fits well with this idea that the right people are paying. If you are building a fund, you are overrating today's ratepayers to deal with tomorrow's problems, and there's no way around that. That's what's happening. If we are generating cash surpluses, general cash surpluses, they are fast. They roll straight through into next year's rates requirement, or they go straight forward into that. So next year's rate requirement goes slightly down. So yeah, for me, it's a very valid strategy so long as you maintain sufficient debt headroom to be able to access it. So that's me starting it off. Who wants to critique that?
I ask for a point of clarification of James.
Yeah, sure. Sorry,
Yeah,
I might have cut you off.
James, if we were to rate for emergency fund, our benchmark is 1% equals $1 million.
About 950.
Whatever, but it's near enough. So if we were to rate for it, then that would mean an extra 1% on our rates. Thank you.
Versus to Mayor Mike. Yeah. That's right. That's right. I've given you promotion, Mike. I'm getting my mics confused. Last day. Forgive me. If you did it over 10 years, then you'd have to capitalise some interest, but you're looking about 0.15% increase over that 10 years.
That would only give you 100,000 into that kitty each year.
Each year, yeah.
No. What I'm saying is, if you borrowed.
Oh, if you borrowed.
If you borrowed,
okay.
yeah, over 10 years, it would if you put on general rate, which I assume you would do, is it would go up by 0.15%.
Yeah, as opposed to the 1% to get yourself $1 million every year. So it's an important point. Ion, I think you were first.
Yeah, thanks. I think we need to challenge ourselves with some cognitive dissonance on a couple of different fronts here. One is I know in terms of the system reform and the amalgamation, I think we've got to try and keep that distinct. We need to build this. We've got to build an LTP, assuming that nothing has changed, because otherwise we don't have a baseline to compare it to. in this particular instance, I think we don't know, emergencies by definition are unknown. We don't know when they're going to happen. We don't know what they're going to cost. So for me, that's all the more reason why we'd take the debt headroom approach, because it's unknown. So I think that's a perfectly valid, it's not like we're, nobody loves a borrowing to spend OPEX line, myself included. But I think given the variability here, it's a perfectly valid business case to say, look, we're not going to overrate you for something that we don't know when it's going to happen. When something happens, we've got sufficient headroom to borrow, and then we will make sure that people pay for the thing that has actually happened, as opposed to paying for a thing that might happen. That's my tuppence worth.
Okay, it's basically Ian agreeing with me. Does anyone else want to critique it particularly or agree? Claire?
Yeah, so it looks like you're trying to get a direction from us, whereas one of the things we said earlier is we wanted to get evidence from other places to see how they've done it. And I know that Steve's spoken to Whakatane, but I'm sure there's lots of other areas. And I don't want to commit to a particular direction till I've got that other information. And I know, I appreciate the caution of anticipating an amalgamation at the regional level, but one of the sensible things to do would say that if we were in a single unitary authority situation for the Waikato, we could look at, on an aggregate basis, the emergencies that have been dealt with in the Waikato region and the cost of those and understand that. And then if we took a regional approach, what would it look like? And so that might mean we might discover that, for every year for the last, I'll say 5 years, not 10 years, but for the last 5 years, there have been 3 emergencies in the Waikato, and they've had X amount of dollars and they were handled this way. And if those are responded to in a sort of at a regional level or the authority level, it may be that we can spread that cost over all of the ratepayers of the Waikato region, and that might be a viable alternative. I also push back on the fact that we couldn't consider selling some of the assets that we did have tagged for sale. Not all of them will be suitable candidates for a commercial return, okay? But we may have identified them as surplus that could be sold, and they would just form like a starting nest egg, that would at least give us some kind of, magnitude to be able to build this fund. That's all. I think it's worth exploring as well.
Just on that last point, is we sell our easily to access with the non-strategic properties to pay off their headroom. So what you're proposing there, Councillor Clare, is if we, either way you're borrowing. So if we sold off assets and gave to the emergency fund, then we're not paying the headroom off of what that's sitting across our properties, the debt.
Yes, I didn't appreciate that some of those options actually involved selling some assets, because I thought that with the change over to Waikato Waters, we actually had a lot more freedom with our debt headroom, that the pressure wasn't off. So I was assuming that that improved debt headroom was due to the change, the shifting out of the waters assets.
It is. My point is there's no point selling property that has debt against it and we have debt across the council to then fund emergency stuff when you might as well just borrow to fund the debt stuff. It's the same net result. Because when you sell the property, it's currently going to pay down the debt, or what I think you're saying is put it in a fund for the emergency piece, and you might as well just borrow it, because to Councillor Campson's point is you don't know for sure when these emergencies are going to come. So it's just...
Can I follow on from one of Claire's points? I took it you were seeking some guidance on this in building the strategy. This is parameter 5. It's about appetite for borrowing for operating expenditure. And we said no, and the team have come back with a more granular question, which I think is a really good one. Would you in this case? And that's what we're here for. Are you seeking guidance? Because to Claire's point, she wants more evidence first.
We are seeking guidance, but we do have time.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't We're not passing this LTP tomorrow.
Would it be useful to get some initial guidance today, and then we'll come back to it once we've got a sense of what other councils are doing?
Okay, great. I was just clarifying that. And to your point, Claire, the guidance could be that we want more evidence. So let's just work this through and see how it goes.
Could I
I've got a
ask the
long
question-
list of.
Sorry, could I ask a question a different way? Councillor Clare, if half the councils come back and said, oh, we fund it via a reserve, and the other half said they fund it by debt, what option would you prefer?
So you know me, I like to consider things and I'd need to have at least 1 or 2 days to give you an answer. And I'd like to read all the detail. Yeah. But I mean, I think that, you know, you'd use that feedback to then look at what our context is, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, but.
No, that's
Okay, great. I've got a bunch of, well, we're past questions here. I've got a bunch of opinions being expressed. Roger, you're next. And then Jane.
Well, I would add the best of both worlds, and that's where I was coming from. But yes, I would use the headroom, but I would also say careful protection of surpluses. So I would think that that would be something that we would do, and that would give us that initial fallback position should we need it, and then to perhaps borrow on top of that should we need to. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. It was Shane, you're next.
Yeah, I wouldn't be supporting the idea to rate for emergencies. I would be supporting the idea to ensure that we have a headroom in our debt that when emergencies arise, that's, if you're looking for direction, that's what I'd be saying. But I want to talk about something else, and that is the appetite for borrowing for operating expenditure. Now, this is a little bit different because it's emergencies, right? But in our document, we have that we have no appetite for borrowing for operating expenditures, but that's not correct. There is some appetite that previous council has for borrowing for operating expenditure, and that's to do with the growth things. So my personal view is I don't have any appetite for borrowing for operating expenditure, and I would like to understand the quantum of that amount of money we're borrowing for operating expenditure, which is the day-to-day operations. And then I'd like this group to then decide, do we have an appetite for borrowing for operating expenditures for that particular part of the business?
Do you want to speak to him?
Yeah, so in general, it's historic. So there's very specific. So it's the district plan up until now, and Aohaki saying those have a longer lifespan within our community, the benefit, and therefore we loan funded those. So it's not a general principle that there's a specific activity within council that is debt funded. It's specific to an operating project. We can provide the historical information should you wish, but just to make sure it's not a specific activity in general. Yeah.
So can I be clear? Those are the only two examples you can come up with: district plan review and Aohaki, which is our community spatial plan. That's the only times we've debt funded
So there was
OPEX.
one other time in the time I've been with council, and it's the Hutchin Pond, the reconstruction remedial work after we had an incident, a weather-related incident. That's the other.
Which is
one.
basically to this emergency point, really. That is an example of, where we did debt fund an emergency response to something.
Those are the
Yeah,
only
yeah,
ones I can think of.
And just while we're on this, because it's a really good point, Shane, it's almost a quirk of the accounting rules that a district plan review is counted as OPEX to me, because this thing lasts for years and years and years. It costs millions to do. It's not small. And anything that costs millions to do, if you had to load that on this year's ratepayers, you'd be talking like 5 or 6% rates increase, one off, which just seems stupid, but it's, critique me, am I wrong? It seems weird that it's an OPEX item, and it seems right to me that it is debt funded, and it's debt funded in this 10-year kind of time frame, not the 25-year infrastructure sort of time frame. Is that right?
Yeah, so it's funded over 10 years, not 30 years. And it is because you can't capitalize it under the accounting rules. So it is an operational cost, but there is a longer lasting benefit to the community.
So Shane, can I just go back to you, because you raised a really good point. On the basis of what you've heard, that it's only 3 examples they can come up with. One's emergencies, 2 are planning things. Do you still want to pursue a wider debate, or is everyone just happy that that's where we're at? Because we come down to a very specific question here about these planning pieces of work.
I have no issue with emergency. It's just normal operational expenditure. I don't believe that we should be borrowing for that. I'd like to understand a little bit more about the quantum in terms of the dollars. And I'd also like to understand, what do other councils, do they do exactly the same thing? Or is this a unique Waipa thing?
Yeah, I can probably assist on this one, hopefully. Excuse me. What we've been talking about here in terms of funding district plans, and that is standard practice across New Zealand. And it's to Yolanda's point there and to Monty's point, it's a quirk of accounting because it's not considered an asset that you would normally be able to debt fund. So effectively, you're amortizing the cost over the period of the plan that you're getting benefit to the community to deliver that intergenerational equity. Otherwise, the point is you're going to slam dunk ratepayers in 1 year. So I'm not aware of any councils that don't do that. And I've worked across a range of them. So, yeah.
Okay, look, I think the way forward on this one is this is a parameter that's going forward into our financial strategy, which is going to record basically that we have no appetite for debt funding operations, but that exception would be noted about the planning stuff and then the emergency one, depending on where we land today or subsequently. Okay, Mike, it's over to you.
Just a couple of comments. I don't support, even if it's possible, I don't support rating for future possibilities of climate, climate things going wrong, and in terms of storm events, etc. So no, I wouldn't support that. But Roger's point of, I pick up on Claire's point really, of actually a bit more information here. If there's not such a rush to give a total steer here today, I think it's probably not a bad idea. I'm actually probably more in line with what Monty and Ian have actually said, just listening to a discussion here of rating as the events happen. But that would almost need to be a sort of policy thing, because if I remember back to November, I'm pretty sure, well, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but when these events happen, we don't necessarily just go and borrow. Sometimes we actually look within the organisation and go, what's going to give? So it's not an automatic, I don't think we've had an automatic borrow mentality. And that would be a consideration of what others have done there too, in terms of that, getting some more feedback.
If we did agree that we were debt funding emergency responses, though, I'm assuming it would be written into the financial strategy as a second exception, so that, which we haven't had till now, have we? We've had to make it up on the fly. Is that what you'd envisage, how the financial strategy would look? Would actually specifically reference it?
Yes.
Yeah, good. So if we get there, look, my sense, Mike, is that there's not consistency around the table, and that this should come back to a decision meeting later with evidence and arguments both sides. I think I'm not thinking that we're close enough here. But we'll see how this goes. Les and then Joe.
Just to follow on from Claire about property sales. The thing is, if you sell something, okay, there'll be a portion of that be covered for debt. What's stopping taking 10% of that and putting it aside over a period of time till you get to your float? Because you'll still be getting interest on that money that you're keeping back anyway.
Nothing, except you run out of properties to sell.
But you're talking, yeah.
I liken it to spending on the credit card and then buying another credit card to pay that credit card off. Yeah, so you eventually run out of low value property to sell. And as I mentioned, either way you look at it, it all has an impact on debt headroom, because you just sell the property and pay down the debt headroom, right? Or you borrow and, either way it impacts on debt headroom.
Yeah, but your investment will be counteracting your cost, your mortgage. Like, I mean, if you've got some cash sitting in the bank, you're going to get a percentage on that, and it's going to be equal to what you've got to pay to the NZU.
No. No. No.
Okay.
Our average cost of borrowing, as per what we report at Finance and Corporate's, around about 4.3%. We're probably getting 2% on our money if we're lucky.
Okay. JDC and then Dean.
I was just going to add my opinion to the mix, Monty, but am I hearing that you would prefer us to hold that till we have our next session with more information?
No, keep
or-
going. I probably slightly prematurely went and thought that I wasn't getting a
Okay.
sense, but go for
Okay.
it.
No, I was just going to say that I agree completely with what Ian said, that debt headroom option, I think for me is the best one. And I think it will land the best with the community because it's kind of like we're saying this emergency has happened and we all need to pay now to get through it. And it kind of brings with it some goodwill and kind of better understandings rather than increasing the rates now. So that's just where I landed with that.
Okay, Dean.
And I also don't think we should be rating for it, but I sort of like Roger's idea a little bit. I thought along similar lines, if we could start a fund and agree that we would try and get it to a certain value. So it was just get the fund to a value, which would be the operations money to start with. And then we would use the debt headroom for any capital expenditure required. And as Mike said, anyway, we often have to decide what's coming out because if we're dealing with a big emergency, well, we're probably not spending some other money anyway because we're doing that. So I guess mine is a sort of another hybrid where we get to a certain level and then the money goes back into the pool so that it's a one-off unless it gets depleted and then we start the process again.
Okay, so look, a bunch of people have spoken. A few of us have spoken against building a fund. There was a bit of support over here for it, bit of support for further evidence. Am I still getting a sense, just if I could come back to the people who initially were supporting building a fund, are you still there? Are you still wanting the team to do some more thinking about this? Because it'll be a component of the financial strategy that comes back to us for decision point at some time, if you want to keep it alive at this stage. Just while you're pondering that, Marcus has stuck his hand up.
Yeah, well, I'd say I'm against building the fund because we don't know what emergencies are, what they cost, and it's similar to other conversations.
Okay, I'm beginning to get a sense we're getting majority that way, probably quite a strong majority. That's why I'm just getting a sense, can I call it and send the team away with a bit of a guidance?
Yeah, I accept the arguments about using debt headroom. Still interested in how others are handling it. That's all, but yeah, it would be seen as fairer. I agree with Joe's point.
Okay, cool. I think I'm happy to call it there that the group preference is no, we don't build a fund, we do debt fund this and you'll build that into the financial strategy. When that comes back to us, if anyone wants to argue their case otherwise, you're welcome. Okay, we've got a quarter of an hour to go. We're probably about right on time and we've got plenty to fill in at the end if we do get there, so keep going.
Yeah, and first of all, I just want to apologise, Councillor Lees, I cut you off and I shouldn't have. I totally get what you were trying to say. It's just the amounts you're talking about would not make any material difference to an overall building some type of resilience fund by selling property, paying off the debt and then putting a little whatever's left into another fund. It would take a long time, is guess what I'm saying. So I do apologise for cutting you off there. Next thing is, this is really probably going to be into play by the end of the year as we're working through our property strategy and the commercial approach. So the key things to take away from here is this parameter 7. It's really about alternative revenue streams, isn't it? So how do we back up council rates by utilising our commercial assets better and property assets better? So key things around here is as previously been outlined, it's really about a risk tolerance base that will dictate what the level of revenue looks like. It is a medium to long-term strategy, this one. We don't just decide to do it today and then we've got a sustainable revenue stream. But once the property strategy is adopted, that will then give us an idea on what that type of revenue basis could look like that we can then bring back to council and build into the LTP as an alternative revenue stream. I'll stop there, Mike, if anyone's got any questions on this.
Yeah, look, I mean, at the property strategy workshop, I think you enjoyed a relatively high level of support for the strategic direction. Can I just ask, we'll probably ask Steph, seeing you're no longer with us, how's that tracking and when's that going to come back to us and how does that sort of fit with the LTP?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been timed to continue to do some work with you as elected members to build your understanding of what that could look like and your options in terms of how much risk you're prepared to take. What does that mean from a public policy perspective as it sits alongside the more commercial imperatives? So we'll be tracking that along over the early months of the new financial year. So you have agreed that property strategy before the end of this calendar year.
Great, thanks for that. Okay, has anyone got anything they want to ask or comment on this? You're not seeking any guidance here. This is essentially a placeholder telling us what's happening. And if we don't spend time here, we've got time to discuss these topics of depreciation and legislative change upon us on the LTP. So, Ian, you had a question?
Yeah, one relatively quick question, and it might be too much of a crystal ball question to be answered. But just in terms of, how we think about this, I know we haven't answered the questions that Steph just highlighted. When would this actually impact our LTP? Back 5 years?
If you look at the lessons of Far North Group Holdings and some other CCOs, Auckland Investment, it does take a lead in time of 3 to 5 years before it starts to impact. At 10 and 12 years, it's really starting to become a consistent revenue stream for council because you have to account for, market changes, etc. But it's not an immediate fix. Ian.
Okay, anyone else on this, perimeter 7? Good. Back to you, James. There's one left, I believe.
Yep, just lucky last, and this is Councillor Campson. This was your one that was sent in vicariously through another EM for the last workshop. It's a really, really good point, this one. And EL obviously will be doing the introduction to the infrastructure strategy later today, and that's only half an hour, so it's kind of more what it is. And so as we work through the growth, the capital, I keep going on about it, this needs to be considered in terms of what is the realistic cost of our capital delivery, because that will dictate actually the size of your, the higher you forecast it, the less you'll deliver, right, within your CapEx envelope. Yeah, so yeah, this is integral actually as we build the next one, because we clearly haven't done this before.
So James, I mean, this is actually more than a placeholder, this one. This is quite substantial.
Yeah.
And when we did the annual plan the other week, I actually asked the question on this. Are these numbers, what are they, P75, P50? And the answer was best estimates. If we're going to change how we do this going forward, best estimates, it significantly changes things, because your whole capital program, and if you choose a high P value, you're going to have hardly anything in your capital program. And so it's a strategic decision that you make, how you're going to deal with this. So,
yeah.
So how are you planning on dealing with this? Do you want guidance, or are you going to think about it, or what?
This needs to be worked through, and I don't have the technical expertise to say what projects should be P50 and 75, because it's based on risk and assessment. But it's an interesting observation you make, Mike, because I think Monty. I think of a different way is, if you're coming at P75, but you're forecasting at P50, you're still delivering the amount at P75, right? Because it's the actual real cost of delivery. So people can sit there and say, well, that means we've got to do 3 less projects. Well, you're doing 3 less projects now anyway. The only thing that's happening is that everything's just being pushed further out because into the next budget cycle. Does that make sense?
So you're saying it's not a problem if you choose a high P factor in your capital forecasting?
I'm saying the higher P factor reflects the actual cost of delivery and building the assets, whereas at the moment, as you've seen, that comes back through council and the likes, is you're being asked to approve project overruns because they were costed on the wrong basis.
Yeah, I just want to comment. I think this is a really important piece of work that the organisation's really committed to doing. I'm looking at Kevin with the transformation plan. I know what John de Villiers and EL are working on with across the organisation, including, I see Tony in the back there. It's a really important piece of work as we build it, and we'll be definitely coming to workshop that with you and road test that to get your comfort levels. But there's a real appetite in the organisation, and it's also about getting much more sophisticated about stage gating projects, building much better business cases, a 3-year CapEx cycle, which I know some other councils have moved to as an opportunity. So it's actually about being much more realistic in terms of the way, not just cost, but the way in which we're delivering projects from initiation to completion. So we're looking forward to bringing that to you and working through it with you.
Okay, brilliant. And it's coming back to us as it says up there,
Yeah.
as that progresses. Okay, anyone want to say anything there? Or, okay, on, and then we're going to loop back to a couple of the earlier issues.
Just to sort of set the scene, and EL and George know this, and so there's been quite a lot of work that they're already doing to support this effort. This is a couple of points just for the wider consideration. James is spot on. Like, if we're budgeting at a P50, that means we're basically just rolling the dice, right? There's only a 50% chance that we're actually going to deliver this project for this cost. So, but also that P75 will be considered, and I'm not putting words in George's mouth here, but, or EL's, but it's at a portfolio level. So it's not like you go in each project by project. What you're doing is you're looking at your overall capital program, assessing the risk and saying, okay, for my overall capital program, I want to have a 75% certainty that I can deliver that program. So there are puts and takes. Some projects will come in over, some will come in under, and that's what you manage. And last but not least, it will be a really interesting process to pick that number, right? Because it could be 70, it could be 75, it could be 80. Clearly, I'll have opinions to share on those. But what I will offer is that in working for the Queensland government, they purport to be working at P90. Now, I have opinions on what that is. So I would posit that if you go that high, you really are actually having an impact on your ability to deliver. You are actually actively not doing projects because you've gone that high. But there's an interesting piece of work to do there. But I think there's a happy medium we can strike where we're not constantly overrunning, but we are still delivering a solid capital program. But it'll be interesting.
Okay, nice. Look, we've got 5 minutes to go. What I think I'd like to do is just go back to this issue that we flirted with early about the impact of legislative change on our thinking for the LTP, particularly mergers and amalgamations, because I can feel that this will ripple the whole way through our discussions. And Claire, your depreciation one, I think, will come back via the LGFA governance stuff. So I think we can park that. But let's just spend 5 minutes. We've already had Ian has stated pretty strongly, what do you call it, cognitive dissonance around this. And Roger, you were probably sort of leading the charge on that we do need to be mindful of this stuff. So we've probably heard from you too. What do other people think about this? Yeah, thank you. Mike.
Right, well, this is my take on it. 6 months ago, I would have stood here and said that we need to be really focused on every single year of the LTP to make it absolutely realistic, because I've seen sort of higher rates in the beginning of it and then 2% rates for the last 6 years. I've probably changed my tune a little bit on that, and that the first 3 years of this LTP are going to be the key bits that I think we need to make as realistic as we can and put the most effort into, because that'll sort of take care of the transition time of what's coming next after 2028. So that's my 2 cents worth. So I've sort of, for totally different reasons, I've gone back to what I think the council used to do, but for different reasons, I focus on the first 3 years, whether it was political or whatever. But because of amalgamation, and it's going to happen in one way, shape or form, that is the key part that we need to focus on.
Okay, other takers here, Claire?
Yeah, so I accept I don't know all that's going to be happening with this process. There's still a lot of uncertainty, but I do take a different view that I think we've got to be really focused on every year and put in every year everything that we think we're going to need for the next 10 years. Because I can see those LTPs of individual district councils that go forward, they're going to form the basis of some kind of financial plan, for the bigger entity. And if we don't have something in there, even in year 10, I don't know when we'd ever get it in, in the new environment. That's all.
Thanks, Claire.
I appreciate it's difficult, but yeah.
Thanks. Look, and I'm going to jump in and support that, because I think we should do a really good job of this 10-year plan, because it might be our last chance. And I use the example of Cambridge Connections, which I'm looking after. Cambridge Connection is a very long-term project. We need to get some placeholder numbers into our long-term plan to advance that. If we don't, and they're not there, we run the real risk of being swamped if we end up a part of a bigger entity. So for me, this is probably, it's bizarre, might be your last long-term plan, but it could also be your most important because you've got the most ability to influence locally right now. So that's what I think. Anyone else? We've got a couple of minutes. This is, I think, a really good discussion we need to have because I don't want to echoing the whole way through this LTP, us arguing about whether we should or should not be doing this because of legislative possible change. Good on you.
This is probably kind of a bit of an odd question, but in terms of amalgamation, being all experienced and amalgamated many companies in my lifetime, I think what Claire and everyone is saying, and yourself, Monty, that it is really important, but in the reality, when you are in the situation of being gobbled up effectively by a bigger entity, how much, I just want the right word, like how much stock is taken of the work that a little council like Waipa has done? I don't want to minimise it, but in reality, what could that possibly look like?
Okay, good question, Ange. I'm going to give the final word to Steph on this one.
It's a great question. Firstly, I just want to say that I think we need to be careful of language about being gobbled up because, I hear it, but I get it. And I sense that that's a real issue for our communities is we don't want to become lost in a big entity. And so I wanted to also say at the outset that ensuring there's local representation, local democracy, local voice is really important to us. What Monty has been saying is that being very clear about being able to tell our story very well as Waipa if we go into a new entity. And I want to be clear too that all current councils get disestablished. Hamilton City Council is not going to walk down the road and just take us over. They get disestablished, we get disestablished, and a new entity gets formed. So the more information and good planning that we can hand over and good strategy and good asset management that we can hand over into that organisation to say, this is what's been important to us, this is what's going to be important to us, and here are the 10 non-negotiables that we need to deliver in our community, that will be really, really important to make sure our voice is heard. Waipa is not a small fish in the Waikato. We are a big fish, and if you want to talk about fish, but we're not a small fish. And I want to assure you of that, Ange, that the way we can put our best foot forward is to make sure, as the councillors have said today, make sure this LTP is very, very tight and very clear and strategic. And there's some very, very good evidence and data backing it up. And that our other strategies that we can hand over, like Ahuaki, our spatial plan, our district plan will inform the new regional spatial plan. Those become really important to make sure our voice is heard. But we also need to be thinking about how we tell the story of what's been in our district as well and what's important to us and our values in Waipa. So I hope that provides you some assurance. And there'll be a very, to Monty's point too, when we set up the waters entity, we've all handed our water services delivery plans to that entity and they have to deliver on those. They then get to work with us if there are any changes in the future. But that's your starting point as a new entity. And I tell you, when you're setting up a new entity, it's chaotic, it's forming, norming, storming all over the place. And so the better information that you get, the easier it makes life for the new entity. So that's our responsibility.
Okay, thanks. That's a perfect place to stop. We're breaking for lunch. We're back at 1:45. Thank you, team. Thank you, everyone. That really excellent session. Right, welcome back, everyone. Now we're going into the second part of this workshop. We've got an hour and a half, I believe, on revenue and financing policy, and then a half hour on the infrastructure strategy. And I'll just, 1 minute from me. When I first got here to council, I actually struggled for a little while to understand what the revenue and financing policy was about. So for those of you who are new, the difference between that and the financial strategy, it sort of took me a little while to get my head around, but this is all about who pays for what. And it is actually, the longer you sit here, the more you realise it's important. And we've had a few recent cases of funding things, and who pays for what becomes really important. So that's basically what we're here for.
Before you hand to James, Monty, I apologise because we haven't introduced Neil. And I realise that Neil's been actually a really integral part of our team for quite some time, but is a very humble man and works away in the background. So may I ask James or Yolanda to introduce Neil, and then Neil, you might want to introduce yourself a little bit and talk about background or what you've been doing. So
How good a job he does.
yeah.
Yeah. So Neil Ward has been with us for quite some time now, eh? Neil, on and off, and
Yeah, I've done a couple of little assignments with you guys, so
Yeah.
over the last couple of years.
so Neil has a background in local government, and you worked at Taupo District Council for some time as finance manager there, right?
Yeah, finance manager for 20 years.
20 years, yep, some time. So I'm doing well. And in addition to that, Neil does some consulting work for Aotearoa, Waitomo.
Currently got one of my team in at we've just done New Plymouth, and they're in at Tauranga at the moment.
Yeah, and does some work for us. And so Neil's actually been mainly helping us here on the Waikato Waters transition. So working particularly with Yolanda and myself in terms of that transition from a finance perspective, done a great job, a couple of days a week, 3 days a week. And in addition to that, he's an expert in ratings and revenue policies. That's setting a bit higher, isn't it? But Neil's pretty much onto it when it comes to that. So Neil's probably going to lead up most of this session. Yeah, anything you wanted to add, Neil? Or?
Yeah, no, so thank you, James. You've maybe been a little bit kind there, but RNF policies and all of that, obviously is pretty integral to local government funding. It's one of the most important, if not the most important funding document policy that you have, and have been involved in them since probably circa 2002. So yeah, got a little bit of background that hopefully can be useful for you. And I'm straight in there, right? No,
yeah, so look, what we're trying to get out today is this is the first of the revenue and financing policy. It may be the only one. It depends on how far EMs are wanting to look at the policy. The key thing we're trying to do today is, as per every normal first session, is a lot of this is about education and introduction to our revenue and financing policy. In addition to that, we're also looking for some guidance at the very end about what level of review would you like after we've walked through our existing policy, what it looks like in practice, and how it's applied, and is it meeting our particular needs at the moment. So I'll hand over to Neil.
Thanks, James. Right, so we've got that slide up. So what we're going to start off on here is just listing out basically under, we're going to refer to a couple of sections in the Act, which I won't labour on, but this is where you find this information. So under section 102, councils are required to put these various policies in place. Obviously today we're going to be focusing on the revenue and financing policy, but just for your information, through the LTP process, we also need to be adopting the liability management and investment policy, which wrapped together form the treasury management policy, your policy on development contributions, and etc. That's up there. So that's just a high level of the stuff that we have to do. So we'll jump to the next slide. Oh, actually, sorry, just stay on that slide for a moment. I've got some notes that I should be talking to. So the current revenue and financing policy is 22 pages long, and it's in pages 202 to 224 of your current long-term plan. If you feel like doing a refresher read, that's where you find it. It's all on your website. And it outlines in detail how you fund the business, the types of rates that you use, the policy splits that you have for who pays, to your point, Monty. Really good to do a refresher read for everybody on that, and then obviously have any questions for further sessions that we do. Probably an important point that I'd like to make is that every council's revenue financing policy is unique to their own council. And that's actually quite important because you can't just copy paste somebody else's. Everybody's community is different. You've got a mixture of urban, rural, commercial. You may have, in the case of my previous council, Taupo, we had a very large geothermal generation businesses in the district. So you need to understand your community and you need to tailor your revenue and financing policy to your community. So the policy settings that you make are your own to make, and the importance of doing the process correctly in terms of your Section 101(3) considerations gives you that rigour should you ever get challenged and end up in a court case. You always can fall back on the process that you went through in terms of developing your policy and deciding on who pays. So that is ultimately your decision to make. That's not the court's decision to make. That is the council's decision to make. And we have actually had, well, personally, we've had legal challenges on our policy before. And because we had rigour in what we did, and I am referring to the geothermal generators, because we had rigour in the process that we went through and the policy settings that we made, that turned out to be not a problem. One of the commonalities in RNF policies across New Zealand at the moment is your rating of capital value of your general rate. I note that this council is currently on that, so that's consistent with the majority of what you're seeing in New Zealand. There's been a swing over time from land value to capital value, but by far the majority are now on capital value. Right, and at the end of this session on here, we're looking for a little bit of guidance on the level of review, and James will actually talk to that a little bit later because there's a spectrum there in terms of that level of review. Right, there we go. So just at a high level and just kind of, you're just setting the main framework, if you like. The revenue and financing policy outline, oh, sorry. Yeah, bring that over here, slide this way. The revenue and financing policy outlines the funding sources that council uses to fund operating and capital expenditure. And I note the earlier discussion around not funding OPEX via debt borrowing. So through your policy, that's where you need to set out those parameters about what you're prepared to fund by which source. So for example, we could have put a specific clause in there that we're happy to fund district plan reviews via OPEX to get that intergenerational benefit that's there. So that's something that you should actually include. You can include a general phrase around that, or you can be quite specific. That's down to what you wish to do. So setting the rules, setting the rules of the game. It's for how council pays for its services, and agreeing the policy early on obviously helps ensure the funding package is coherent and legally defensible, which is kind of one of my key points earlier. Part of what you have to do is you have to choose for general rates, you have to choose the choice of your valuation system, which you've already done in terms of capital value. And I'll be very surprised if you were looking to change from that. You choose whether you wish to have differentials, your uniform annual general charge, targeted rates, fees and charges, etc. All of those things need to be outlined in your policy. And then we'll jump through that one. So what's up on the screen now is what we call is a summation of what we call the Section 101(3)A considerations. So basically it sets out, and this is, you have to step through this, and this is all in your policy. You have to step through this in terms of exactly what it says up there actually, the community outcomes to which the activity primarily contributes, the distribution of benefits, time frame. The first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The first 5 of those are covered by Section 101(3)A. Section 101(3)B is what we call the catch-all. So you basically apply all of the first 5 and you have a look at it and worked out how that distribution of rating is working. And then you have the ability under Section 101(3)B to say, well, actually, in a purest sense, that doesn't actually kind of come out equitable. So what we do is we can overlay Section 101(3)B, which gives you more flexibility to set that final rate. So it's just a process step that you go through, but it's very importantly that you step through that from the point of view of any potential legal challenges. Provided you've done that process thoroughly, then you'll be fine, basically, is what I'm saying there. we can probably jump on to the next one. Probably I'm going to hand over to James for this one. Did you probably want questions at the end? Was that kind of where we're heading on this?
Yeah, no, let's do questions.
Skimmed through a little bit there, but if there's any questions on what I've just gone through.
We'll do it as we go but keep us on time. If we're lagging too much, we'll move on because I think I have got questions. Claire, and I saw someone over here.
Yeah, thanks. I was just going to question about the community outcomes because the policy wording is sort of framed around those 4 well-beings, but my understanding is that those are being taken out of the Local Government Act. And I was wondering if we could consider another approach or how we could still take that into account. Like I was going to suggest something like the high-level goals of Ahuaki or something like that. Like, do you think it's appropriate that we,
Yeah,
have a look at that?
I understand exactly what you're, sorry.
So I was just going to say that when we revisited the strategic direction, you'll recall that we focused on the goals and priorities and council have retained the vision and community outcomes. So just, I guess, just providing that context for you with a view to, we will look at obviously what the legislative change means in terms of our current strategies, planning and what that means for how we apply that.
We were also quite explicit of what our goals are for the LTP. You know, there's 3 pillars of that and whether or not they could be highlighted as well. But it might not be in the right place, but you just draw that in.
Yeah, sure. I think probably one of the important points that I'd note is that when developing this policy, it's very important to, this is one of these legal type document things, so we need to be very careful that we're in line with what the legislation is saying. Yeah. Yeah.
Neil, I was just interested in your comment about land, like capital value, rates being based on capital value versus land value. So I've got a place up in Russell and I haven't had a close look, but it used to be on land value and it probably still is, which is, I probably should look at my rates bill. But sort of in a growth council where you've got a lot of sections sitting up there, what's the disadvantage of not going to land value based rates where you've got a lot of sections sitting out there with not a lot happening? If I do that up in Russell, I'm paying hardly, I'm actually paying pretty much the same as if there's a house on it, whereas down here I'm paying a fraction of that.
Yeah, I was afraid that I'd open a can of worms when I mentioned that. How do I answer this one?
General rates of UAGC. So we use capital value to recover council's costs or rate base. So the things that fall in there, stormwater, it's done on general rates and determined by capital value. And in addition to that is the general rate for general council services. By doing it off land value, there's a good chance people aren't living on that section, but they're being charged for their overall usage of whatever facilities are made up in that general rate. So I'll give you an example. For example, the Cambridge Town Pool and the library, there's a portion of that that's charged as district-wide rates through the general rate, which is determined by capital value. If that was done on land value and someone's sitting on a section but they live in Auckland, is that fair that they be paying to use a library that they don't even live in the district on potentially? So it's part of it as well. And if we think about taxation systems, it's progressive versus regressive. So the total value of your house and land reflects your ability to pay. That's the theory behind it. So by only doing it on land value, you can have a 400 square metre section with a 380 square metre house, right, worth a significant amount. So by doing it on capital value is seen as a more equal way, a better way of apportioning if you can equate by equating capital value to ability to pay, which doesn't always hold true particularly for pensioners, because they have, if you're in Cambridge and you're sitting on a nice house. But that's the theory behind it, Mike.
Carry on. Nope.
This is just a recap of, in the context of earlier sessions in the long-term plan around the strategic goal. This one specifically fits into responsible financial management, which I think of it really as a two-step process. So your financial strategy is captured under there, and then your revenue and financing policy is how you pay for your LTP and your key parameters within the financial strategy as well of the organisation. So those two things intertwine, but that's where it fits in terms of the overall strategic goal and 3 years priorities. We've heard very clearly, staff have from councillors, that rates increases and affordability are high priorities for this council going forward. So in terms of not only the financial strategy, which we covered earlier, but this revenue and financing policy will be looking to educate on exactly how we cover the revenue and whether it's fair or not, and potentially you might want to decide you want to do things slightly differently. Yeah. This is really the baseline to drive the rest of this presentation. So we'll work from this in explaining each of the different rating elements. So if you look at this is actually 4 indicated properties. Does everyone know what indicated property is? What we use for it's what we use to detail our rates requirement and the likes based on certain levels of the market. It's also how our valuations are undertaken by QV. In this particular example, and they don't quite match the exact CVs, but you'll see a Cambridge one on the left-hand side, property for 640,000, more at the lower end in terms of capital value. Te Awamutu 630, Cambridge mid to lower high end of 1,030,000, and Te Awamutu 1.195. Unfortunately, those two things don't quite match because we've got slightly different indicated properties there and things value at different times. But if you look through those rates, you'll see there that the first line, the general rates, which is undertaken on capital value, the numbers are pretty close. The only difference is the capital values are slightly different. So that's billed at capital value. The UAGC is the fixed element charge. So this is the fixed charge every resident gets from general rates that is not included based on capital value. And the reason that is because there's assumed a fixed usage across that particular area, but across the district by all houses, no matter whether your property is worth 600,000 or 3 million. So those are excluded from capital rates. Those are the same clearly. I'm going to go down to recycling and curbside charge and stormwater charges. As you'll see there, capital value and SUIP allocated. So the one real thing that stands out there in terms of being able to influence in terms of the rates is fixed targeted rates. So you'll see there in Cambridge for the $640,000 CV value, that particular property is paying more in fixed targeted rates than what the Te Awamutu's capital value of 1.195 million. And what that reflects is the fact that even though, and we'll get onto this later on, that Te Awamutu pays for some of Cambridge's facilities and vice versa, is Cambridge residents are paying more because their facilities are more expensive. So that's what that symbolises there in terms of, and we've got some worked examples of this in terms of particular facilities. We're going to work through each of these examples and ask the questions around, is this something you want to look at, what you can do, what you can't influence? And as you can see there, the UAGC, which we'll cover off later, is quite a large amount of the rates bill. It is a fixed rate. Moving on.
Yeah, so this is just a bit of a high level. Oopsie. This is just a bit of a high level explanation of the general rate. And yeah, basically, as we've alluded to, we're funding that with this council through the capital value, a mixture of capital value and the uniform annual general charge, which is the fixed amount that James just referred to. And the district-wide portion of funding, or your general rate, there's the public good element to that, and the way that the pie is cut is using the capital value and the rate and the dollar on that. Capital value is seen as a progressive tax system as it equates property value to ability to pay, or it's a relatively loose, but that's what is considered. And it's certainly, that's been the government direction on that, which is why you've got a 30% cap on what you can, have with fixed charges. On the flip side of that, having a high proportion of fixed charges is seen as more regressive versus progressive in terms of the taxation system. So that's just a high level kind of thing of the general rate. And then we're going to jump onto the UAGC there. What we've done with this is we've just, and I've just alluded to the 30% cap, which is the maximum you can have under fixed charges. And I've just given you, for your information, just a bit of a run through of these are actually all the councils in the Waikato and Bay of Plenty and where they currently sit in terms of the UAGC. And I'll just kind of point out there's no right and wrong in this, right? That's just what the information is. Every council needs to decide what's right for them. So we're certainly not saying in here there's anything wrong with what you're doing. It's purely information purposes only. So that's that one. Oh, sorry.
Can I ask, you might know the answer to this, but we're in a meeting the other day and maybe this is because Auckland became a super city, which sort of pricked our ears, and they got bespoke legislation, which again, it was interesting, but the feedback we were given there is that their fixed rates were around 60%, and the rest of it was 40%, which was all good until you had a pandemic. But just thoughts around that. I mean, I'm just thinking of looking forward and just throwing balls in the air around thinking around that sort of thing.
Yeah, I think you could be right in terms of the legislative impact of combining all those councils. So I'll give you an example. We're actually at 33%. 31% UAGC, so we've actually exceeded, Waipa has, we will exceed on the 1st of July the statutory limit because of the Water Services Entity Bill, because we're transferring a whole lot of revenue across, but we're keeping the same UAGC because the water revenues recovered through connection costs and volumetric charges and pan usage, which so we will use that smooth our revenue. So what we need to do, Mayor Mike, to get back within that 30% is we're actually will have to freeze our UAGC. We've got 5 years to get back in there. So as our rates lift, we'll come back within that 30% property, that 30% cap. But it's an interesting, when you heard that, Mayor Mike, did they talk about not only the UAGC, but did they talk about fixed rate charges as well?
Yeah, it was actually fixed rate charges also, that added up to a 60.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, that's different. So the UAGC component of that will be probably within 30. Yeah.
We got a question from Ian too.
Well, just a real quick one. I think just to confirm, the 30% is of our overall rating volume, basically.
Yeah, yes, it is. And just to further clarify, and I should have said this earlier, sorry, water and wastewater charges are excluded from the 30%. So that's in terms of that fixed charge total, that contributes to that.
Yeah. Interesting. And then Roger, then Claire.
Right, thank you. Now, I haven't worked out the maths on this, but could you tell me, if we reduced our UAGC and that moved a greater proportion of the rates to the general rate, does that advantage the better off or the worse off in our communities?
Worse off under the basis that their house. Sorry, worse off on the basis, on the assumption that their houses are lower capital value. Yep. Because at the moment, if you own a $5 million house or a $600,000 house, you're getting $890. By shifting, say, $100 of that to capital value, then the more that $5 million house will gain a bigger share of that.
Right. So the advantage to the lesser off in our community is for the highest UAGC that's possible.
No, other way around.
The other way around.
Yeah.
The other way around.
But I mean, you've also got to think in the context of this council in terms of the services that are provided, because UAGC assumes a flat usage across all ratepayers. So, but like as we learned at accountancy school in the very early years, they talk about progressive and regressive tax regimes, which is the New Zealand income tax basis is based on a progressive. So the higher you earn, the higher percentage and the bigger load of tax. I know in my home where I come from, as they call them, the mātua pensioners who are sitting on really valuable properties and can't afford to maintain them, and because they're on pensions, but they've been in the housing market for 30 years and the property values, they're very high. So swings and roundabouts. Yeah.
I want to explore how soups, it's also a fixed charge, but it's not the same, is it? It's not caught up in that fixed charge limit, is it?
No.
And so even though it is a standard rate across our district, why doesn't it get captured in that sort of limitation on the fixed charge?
Service, right?
Yeah, so the sewer, so it's basically, it stands for separately used or inhabitable, usable or inhabitable part. So if you've got an example as, say, if you've got a house and you've got let's just say an Airbnb attached to your house that is separately used and habitable, you'll be charged 2 UAGCs and you'll be charged an extra water and wastewater as well. So that's the purpose behind that, and it's particularly relevant. And I think the council went through it in terms of retirement villages and that. So they pay a fairer share of the cost of the activity that's been provided. Sorry, I'm just kind of looping back to your question, which was more, is it?
I can answer this one.
Yeah.
So the other answer is SUIPs are connected to a particular service, in this case, rubbish curbside. That is a service. The UAGC is a portion of your general rates. It's just the fixed charge component of it, right? Yeah. Does that make sense? Yeah. So SUIPs, because if you have two houses on your property, you will get 2 times as much rubbish collection, right? Okay.
So in terms of the UAGC, that element of the SUIP is in there, but the other fixed charge elements aren't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Get on to the next one. Like Yolanda.
So another portion of our fixed charges, apart from the UAGC, that adds to the 30% limitation under Section 21 is our fixed targeted rates. So our fixed targeted rates are applied to parts of our community that benefit directly from that service or facility. For the purpose of this illustration, we've used 2 examples. So we've looked at the district pools, one in Cambridge, one in Te Amutu, as well as our libraries on either side of the district. So if we look at the pool, of the costs or the rates associated with the Cambridge pool, 65% of that is targeted to the Cambridge area. So between Cambridge area and Mangatautari, where the TA Event Centre is 56 attributable to the TA area. The difference in the attribution between those is there's other services within the event centre in Te Amutu that holds a bigger public good component. Therefore, that component, that 44%, is higher than in Cambridge. So if you put all of that together, that makes up with others the targeted rate for Cambridge Te Amutu.
Yeah, so the key things, if you're thinking about this in particular, you can sit there and go, well, we could up the fees and charges. Yeah, so recover more user pays at the door for pools and things like the libraries, which we'll get onto later. You can't move the district-wide component into the targeted fixed rate because we're locked in it over the 30% cap between UAGC and fixed rate, unless you move some other stuff to capital value. So we're a bit limited there, which we'll get onto later on, but you could elect to do different options. Sorry, Mike.
I was going to ask a question. The example you just gave about the pools, 85% Cambridge area, 15% Mangatautari. Is that done on population or not? Because if it's not accounting for population, it could end up that the Mangatautari people are paying more.
It works on the number of properties in that area. So that's how, if we look at the 26-27 distribution of the rate, so the draft annual plan distribution, it depends on the number of properties within that area.
Okay, so set me straight here. Does that mean if you're in Cambridge or Mangatautari, you're paying the same? Is that just split on or the number of properties?
You would pay the same for that service.
So you are paying the same as a country person and a town person for the use of the Cambridge pool, right? I didn't know that.
One question, they're very precise percentages between the district-wide and the total targeted rate. So the 44, for example, where did that come from?
So that's in our current revenue and finance policy. That's part of our LTP. So it's just been developed over years or periods. Council can review those percentages should
But
you.
it's based on magic.
My understanding of it, obviously I've been involved in this council for very long, but there was some kind of economic benefit analysis done in the early days on this, and it's kind of carried through into your funding allocation splits that are there. But this is the standard sort of stuff that you should question and then review normally on a 3-yearly cycle just to see whether it's still fit for purpose. Yeah.
We have reviewed this in my time here. I can't remember when we last did it, but we did go through the benefits of each areas of, district pool in Cambridge, which communities benefit most of it.
2021 was the last time, and Kirsty just confirmed that. Thank you, Kirsty. And that was the last time it was reviewed in full. I believe it got reviewed last time because we had to do something about the waters to get it.
So we had a very light touch as part of the 24-34 LTP, just looked at specific areas that the councillors wanted to look at.
Claire, yep.
Ask about the Pirongia and the Kakapuku areas. So recently we've amalgamated those wards. Yeah. And so, and I was aware actually previously that some of our charges are limited just to the Pirongia role, which is like the village, and it doesn't cover the whole ward. So I'm not sure if it's appropriate to have a look at that and see whether or not we should be applying that targeted rate across the entire Pirongia Kakapuku ward. Yeah, yeah.
Cool.
We'll take a note of that because, as we've said, this is obviously, this Marcus, it was done a while ago. So yeah. So my understanding is last time was a light touch to fix anything that wasn't quite right. But yeah. Okay. Fees and charges. Just done there, haven't we? We're doing fees and charges.
So another component of our funding mix is fees and charges. So fees and charges are used to fund the private benefit component of an activity. In setting the fees and charges as well as the funding mix, it's important to be careful that shifting the recovery of cost of an activity does not result in a perverse outcome. So if the fee is too high, our community might not use the service. So it's always important to evaluate the public versus the private good to find that right balance. So we've just outlined the libraries again. So there's 22% of the cost associated with the activity that gets funded through fees and charges, through subscriptions or purchases of new books. And then the remainder either through targeted rates or district-wide rate.
The classic example here is dog pounds. So do you put the cost of running the dog pounds on licensees? Now, the perverse outcome of that is you end up with a whole lot of dogs dumped in the streets, or unregistered dogs, or service not being used and people not being able to, staff not being able to respond to dog attacks and things like that. So, yeah, that. In saying that, the fees and charges option, the way it works is, so if I take one of those libraries, if the total cost of running that library is $1 million and 22% of it is fees and charges, the ratepayer is only seeing 780 of it. Yeah. So the higher that number goes, that's one of the few levers that actually impacts on your headline rates number, right? So we rate what's left based on the right-hand side, targeted rates and district-wide, whatever's left. So the higher that number is, that's a true impact on your rates. I'm not saying for a second you should do that, but that does have a direct rating impact by changing your fees and charges user pays.
And how good's the evidence base when you're trying to assess the private benefit use of a library, for example. You could sit around and argue this forever.
Yeah.
It's.
Neil, this is probably for you. Yeah, I mean, you said it had to be
That's it.
robust and defendable.
It's a
But-
combination of an art and a science, to be honest, and a lot of it, it's gut feel. But I mean, there is evidence base behind it as well. But, and the classic is what James has been talking about there with fees and charges. You know, you've got to apply the elasticity of pricing rules. You set it too high, nobody's got to come. And it's also, what are you actually trying to achieve? For example, do you want kids to learn to swim? You've got to actually set up a framework to make that happen, because otherwise you price people out of the market. So a lot of that comes down to that decision making that you're doing around that, which is why I say it's a combination of an art and a science. There's no right or wrong answer. It's the key thing, I guess I'm saying. Provided that you've got a considered approach to the why, it's fine.
Presumably with those fees and charges, there are overs and unders. So we've said that 22% of the library is going to be met by private fees. So presumably, if less people use it or more people use it, there could be more. Yeah. So if there was, in your example, if that's 220K we were expecting, what does that track like?
So give an example is our building compliance is really good at the moment because we're ahead of revenue, eh? And so there's an element of fees and charges there, and there's an element of public good. So the public good piece of it, that will go through the district-wide, that will go to the cash reserve, because it's general rates. And then obviously any type of collected from fees and charges and likes. Well, actually, really good point. Yolanda, does that go to reserve the fees and charges, or is only the targeted rates?
It will go to the general reserve.
Yeah, it's only the targeted rates that would go to.
Target rate reserve.
Target rate reserve. Okay. Yeah, so the fees and charges and the district-wide would go to the general reserve because they're collected from all members of the community on an equal basis, so you could spend it back there. Anything targeted rated would has to go into reserve and can only be spent on the activity it was rated for, because that represents the portion of the community you've identified a private benefit and collected the money from. Make sense?
So if you, in that $1 million example, you're assuming you're getting 220 from fees. Let's say you got 500 from fees. What happens?
General reserve.
Okay, so you wouldn't fiddle with the other two, you would just dump it into general reserve.
No, because these will be adopted, right?
And overall, how do our services, like, have we over recovered, under recovered in the past year or
Great
two?
timing, great question, because the finance and corporate 10-month report, which would have been, was it? We did about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, we did that meeting, is we were over recovered in quite a few of our activities. So if we look at building consents and compliance, we were ahead of schedule. So that will make up part of that 600K. Of course, but then as you say, there's other areas we're behind as well. So, yeah.
Claire?
Yeah, so two things. Firstly is about the fees and charges and the right balance, because we know that with rates capping coming, one of the avenues is to up our fees and charges. So, from what Neil said, it's really important to get the balance right and not get adverse outcomes. So I'm presuming that we're going to do a bit more work on that, not necessarily this LTP round, but going forward that,
Question we've got for you on the next page.
Yeah.
The
So,
guidance.
but the second thing is like the libraries as an example, and thinking about amalgamation, there might be cost savings of us operating at a regional level with libraries, and would it be appropriate to have a look to see if that might be a way that we could weave into the early years of our LTP, because we actually might be able to leverage some good reductions in funding, because I'm imagining, all the libraries in the Waikato region, given we're amalgamated, everyone's got access to them and we're going to rate right across the board for them. And so there might be economies of scale and things like that and how it's operated. Yeah. Would that be worthwhile looking into to see if it would be worthwhile trying to reflect that in our budgets in the early years?
I might talk to that if I might, Claire, because being a director on CoLab, I'm privy to the work that's involved to consider a shared service. The fact that libraries are not on CoLab's agenda as a shared service tells me something. And I would encourage you strongly to think about the costs and staff time involved in pursuing early collaborative efforts with other councils, but as the amalgamation process is potentially taking place. We are looking at other ones that I think have got a good merit around building consent authorities, use of AI, etc. I take your point, and exactly that's why we were looking at our amalgamation, because that opportunity exists. I'd just be very careful about driving one-off initiatives, because I can see, as I say, the work involved in that through my CoLab.
I really appreciate your comments. I guess I'm not saying it has to be libraries. I'm just identifying there's the one thing that maybe there are some early obvious ones that might be worth pursuing. Yeah.
I liken it to a service industry, Claire, where so your costs are so fixed. Unless you're saying, well, we don't need a library in Cambridge and Te Awamutu, which I don't think you are. So if you have a facility and a service, I'm not sure how, and I'm not saying we can't look at it, but I think we need a bit more guidance on that, because if you maintain a pool and you maintain a library, you still need the same amount of librarians, pool staff, same amount of chlorine, heating, and maintenance and upkeep on your buildings. So yeah, unless you're saying potentially down the future, is there a regional, like the banks did, right, years ago? They created like a regional hub, and then they just have some service stations. I don't know. We won't know that for a while, I don't think, Claire. But yeah, it's an interesting thought process. Anything else on fees and charges? Right, so last slides, we're well ahead of schedule, which is good news, but some might take a while. So we've got some key questions. After that, so what we've covered off is the education session about, hey, here's the different things, the real only different one there between our ratepayers in terms of how the bill is shred really is the targeted rates. So what we're looking for, and there's two financial parameters here per the financial strategy, is 1B is community affordability, and number 10 is cost recovery and levels of service alignment. So that's your fees and charges, and we'll factor into the levels of service reviews as well. So there's a few things to ask here. Given that we're very limited on our fixed rate and UAGC component, we can reduce them and shift more to capital value in the district rates or more to fees and charges, but we're really stuck at that hard cap limit. We've got the following question. Fees and charges. Do elected members want to increase, decrease, maintain status quo? And there should be another one. Is there any things in particular you want to review in terms of facilities?
Okay, on fees and charges particularly, right?
We'll do fees and charges first.
Yep. No, let's do that first. And I note that in our strategic direction and our immediate priorities, we started off with maximising revenue from fees and charges. We softened that to say, I think from top of my head, appropriate recovery or something from fees and charges. So it's definitely a moot point, all right, if we're being true to our strategic direction. Can I just ask a question? How much work would be involved in doing this? Does this wrap up? I mean, we're talking fees and charges here, but the other fixed and capital value, are they separate pieces of work if you wanted to look at them, or is it all sort of wrapped up?
Well, yeah, it's all interrelated, because if you increase your fees and charges, because remember, you're still rating for the same amount. This is just how you're allocating it, right? And who's paying in your community. So it's all interrelated. So I'll give you an example. If you want to decrease your fees and charges, is what are you decreasing? Are you decreasing your district rate, or are you decreasing your general rate, your UAGC, or your fixed targeted rates? Are you shifting? So yeah, it all interlines. My thoughts are, and I'll share them, is there any particular activities you want looked at, because that would be a subset of them.
And so then you'd be doing another sort of light touch, just looking at the ones that we ask you to look at, rather than a global, let's rethink this whole thing.
It's almost like a confirmation exercise. It's here's the metrics we use for the Cambridge pool to shred it based on the relevant activities. Do they still hold? Because we've already had a question from Claire today about the split between Parongia and things like that.
Okay, let's open up on that basis then. Fees and charges on your outer and
mine wasn't quite fees and charges, but it doesn't fit in other bits either.
Go for it, because we've got plenty of time.
So in terms of our general rate, we don't distinguish between commercial, residential, industrial, rural, anything like that, do we?
No, we don't have differentials
You
here.
don't have differentials, yeah.
Yep.
We can,
You can, absolutely you can.
and
Yep.
we don't because we haven't. Is that?
So here's where the commercial industrial is. In the recent QV revaluations, commercial and industrial valuations went up higher than residential, lifestyle and property. So their rating bill will shift quite significantly because of that capital value change.
yeah.
So they'll get a higher stormwater charge, they'll get higher general rates. The other thing where they're impacted is if we think about our soon to be adopted 26, 27 annual plan, what is the biggest rates rise component of our bill? Water. Who uses water and wastewater the most and has the most amount of SUIPs and PANs? Commercial, industrial, yeah. So you could argue that we don't need differentials, that industrial and commercial are paying enough. The logic behind them having the differential is that, well, they get to claim back GST and they get to claim offset tax, right? So that's one way of thinking about it.
And some of our neighbours do have
Yeah.
differentials. Hamilton, for example,
Yeah,
does,
Hamilton does,
doesn't
yeah.
it? Quite a significant one, I believe.
Yeah.
Do you know the number?
1.6, is it? 1.6 for Hamilton?
I haven't got off the top of
I thought it was something like that. And that's as simple as 1.6 times if it was residential. It's,
Correct.
yeah.
You know what you know what's missing from here is the indicated properties for commercial and resident to answer your question. So I think we need to bring that back.
Just at 1.15 will be fine.
So the direction is to look at the share of rates that, so if we go back to this table back here, this one here, which was our kind of,
Yeah.
we need to put two columns out there for lower commercial and higher commercial and
Yeah,
what their share of the rates is.
That'd be useful, yeah.
Would that be useful? I think so as well.
I mean, look, I don't think businesses are having any easier a time of it
No.
right now than individuals are, but it was just it occurred to me that we don't do that. That was all.
Yeah, we had differentials in here, but we probably should have put a slide. in.
Just on that, also the share of the total rates pie that comes from industrial commercial.
Yep.
property.
Yeah, that's
Perfect.
good information.
I've got a bunch of questions here. And just before I go there, introducing a differential will be a very big decision. You don't want to do this lightly. It'd need plenty of evidence. I have heard people argue that commercial industrial puts more load on your networks, and we're talking non-waters networks here. But I've never seen any evidence, and you certainly wouldn't want to go lightly. I'll go in order, okay? Pip, you were next.
I mean, Auckland definitely has differential rates from all sorts of purposes, and it's probably about that 1.6 number. Just very specifically has any work been done on the elasticity of demand of some of our services? And, so in other words, if we do rise the price, what would the consumption be? And interesting sort of is there views as to sort of what we classify as more commercial services as opposed to community services. So I think it'd be pretty hard to suggest that you're going to increase the fees and charges at a library, although, fees and charges at the resource consent level, for example, might be higher, but you've already got a lot of people complaining quite bitterly with regard to the existing cost of resource consents.
So in terms of elasticity of usage of our services, very difficult to really predict because you only use the cemetery when you need to, right? So it's very difficult to predict.
It's a one-off cost.
Yeah, and it's one-off. So you use our services when you need it. We can't have a drive to say, register more dogs, or it depends on our community and their needs. So we can say that higher prices might deter people from using it, or maybe not register their dogs, even, which makes animal control for the public good even more difficult for our animal control team. So it's just that elasticity of our service is really difficult to predict.
So in that regard, do you think we have a relatively good balance where we sit in terms of fees and charges, and that there's probably not a lot more revenue that can come out of that?
Yeah, we need to look at the underlying activities there.
I think one of the things that can be useful, and you've got to be careful with this as well, but you can look at, say for swimming pools, for example, and this actually does come down to your policy, what you're trying to achieve, but you can compare pricing to a different district, right? But you've got to be really careful when you do that, because you could have different policy direction around that. So for example, and I'll use an example in Taupo again, for our Turangi community, we actually made the swimming pools free for under 15s, I think it was, because we had a specific policy thing we were trying to achieve down there. Whereas in Taupo, we charged because it was a different policy direction that we were setting there. So yeah, like I say, benchmarking's interesting, but it comes with a whole lot of caveats.
Can I just make another point on the commercial piece? Because it's something that Councillor Clare brought up earlier today in the financial strategy, is we're trying to incentivise, well, I think we're trying to incentivise industrial growth here at Hautapu in the region. If we put a differential on that could be of an issue, but we don't know. Can I also add to our to-do list, because I'm not going to be here, but is the average commercial price for our nearest neighbours, the average race price, what they're paying? Because that's who we're in competition with, right? Hamilton. So it'd be worth looking at that to see if we actually do need a differential or not.
Okay, we go Dean, Shane, Mike.
Thank you. It's always interesting talking rates, isn't it? Because we assume things like if you could afford a bigger house, you got more money, but then, you know, you might have a neighbour that drives a Ferrari and a Porsche and they live in a shack. But in terms of fees and charges, I've sort of got a feeling that we need to have a good look at it and try and work out something, because to me, it seems like, for instance, if you want to be a swimmer, then it's actually quite expensive, you know, and it's still subsidised. But say you play touch rugby and you join Te Miru Sports, it's probably relatively cheap because there's free access to the park anytime you want, just about, unless it's being used. And the club probably gets a fairly good deal on a multi-million-dollar piece of land. So there's different activities that don't really equate. I mean, no offence to cyclists, but if you want to cycle, it's free. And they want special parks and special roads and things as well. But I'm not, but I've got to pay for my hot rod. So, so, you know, I reckon you've got to look into it really carefully, and fees and charges could be a way to balance things out a bit. So the person who lives on their own, who's paying more rates than a lot of people living in the next door house, you know, where there's 10 people, but they're only paying the same one-off rate thing as the one person over here. There's got to be a way of making that fairer, and I think fees and charges are the way to do it. So it's probably like a poll tax, right? Put a stamp on their head.
It's user pay.
User pays, yeah. So it's trying to balance out social good with being fair on the choices people make and what they want to do in the community. So I think that's a way to do it, and it should be more equitable when you choose what your recreational hobby or whatever it is, and you're using facilities provided by your community, that there shouldn't be huge differences in the cost.
Okay. Shane.
Just want to talk about commercial industrial. So it's actually quite a wide range of things we're talking about. We're talking about a factory in a industrial area, and we're talking about a small retailer in town. And we know that they're having very, very tough times at the moment. So I wouldn't be wanting to go there. And the second point is the point that you made, James, is that we want to attract some of these people into the Waipa. I'd rather be interested in what competing councils are charging and how do we sit in that And can we use that as a tool to attract?
Oh, what I'm hearing is there's a piece of work missing from this, and it's around the commercial stuff. And the answer is it fair? Is it competitive with our neighbours? And does it meet our financial strategy and our growth agenda that we want to attract industrial and businesses in here, new ratepayers? So we'll go away, have a look at that, and bring that back.
So, yeah, you're considering a piece of work on whether we should consider a rating differential as a separate piece of work, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Which means we could probably stop talking about it here now and wait and see what you come back with. Is that work for people? It's been raised. We've chucked it around a bit. There's probably no point going any further until the team comes back to us with some thinking. Okay, Mike?
All right, yeah, I was going to add to that, but that's fine. My only other, look, a massive review. I pick up on, Dean, your point there, but sometimes you can create a monster and it's actually more expensive to implement it than to collect anything from it. Except I'll counter that by boat charges and looking after our lake and looking after our homewater, for instance. And that's something we've never looked at. Now, I know it's not a big thing here, it's just a little individual thing, but I'll just throw it on the table for us to consider down the track with some further conversations we'll have towards the LTP.
Good one. We go Claire and Ange.
Yeah, so I was thinking about what fees and charges I'd like to see increase I suppose improve cost recovery. And then I would like some more understanding of how SUPs work. So with the fees and charges, I think in the regulatory space, so the resource consents and also licensing and enforcement. So that's where the private benefit must be the largest. And just looking at our previous financial reports, a lot of it is still funded through general rates. You know, it's not a self-funding thing. So I appreciate that there can be really high charges, but I think it'd be worth doing some work on that. Now, of course, it's caught up with RMA reform, isn't it? Because my understanding is that the building consents are to be centralised, and I presume there'd be some sort of standardised processing fee for that too. Yeah, is that? I thought that was part of the RMA reforms too. Yeah. Okay. So it won't be in 3 years' time. Yeah. So just mindful though that the system's going to change, so you don't want to change it too much. But I think it would be good to aim to have that funded less from general rates. But what that would look like, I don't know. And then with the SUPs thing, so my understanding is that we've got a lot of SUPs in the district and it's tied to rest homes or retirement villages. Yeah, and are we appropriately, recovering enough from them or not? Yeah, like I don't know if I understand it's from what you said earlier, it's part of the general rate as well. Yeah, like it covers some of the general rate stuff.
Yeah, how it works. So the retirement village will be charged on the capital value based on the capital rate in the dollar. And then the number of SUPs they get will be the number of units. So if there's 50 units in there, they'll get 50 times the, what is it, 890, I think you're at.
Yeah.
So that's how that works. So they will be getting charged exactly as how they are on the rating roll. That will be happening now.
Yeah, so just to understand that what makes up that $890 is appropriate, or whether or not it should actually be covering.
Yes, so that sits in your revenue and financing policy. You actually specify the activities that are funded by your UAGC. So that's part of a review of the RNF.
Yeah,
and I'll just quickly answer your question around building compliance there. Your current policy setting is 70 to 95% recovery from fees and charges, and 5 to 30 by general rate. And you kind of set a band there to your point earlier, because you're never going to land on the bullseye, right? So you set a band that you think is reasonable. Yeah, so that's your current policy setting.
The economic benefit assessment is 80% private and 20% whole of district, because I think that 20% from memory is compliance costs mainly.
Yeah.
So that would be, you can't charge the consent holder, but general whatever compliance happens around the district that benefits the public.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so it's reasonably high, Claire, but I do believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the council would have seen some Wayne and his team bring probably annually or biannually the charging rate for, so yeah, you'll be seeing those.
We've also had complaints from people that they are too high, and when they do a comparison to other districts, we are quite high, but yeah, it seems to be the most likely candidate, really.
Neil, some of these bands are quite wide. I hear what you're saying about you can't pick particularly, but I mean, they sort of spend 20% quite often. Is
Yeah,
that normal?
a 20% band is actually not unusual, to be honest, in policies that certainly I've read. But hey, at the end of the day, it's down to your choice. One of the things that, and I'll be careful here because I'm probably just setting us up for some work, but anyway, it's useful to review policy setting as one thing. What are you actually achieving against your policy? And then what is your trend line on that looking forward and backwards? Yeah, so I'm not sure what reporting is done in this council at the moment in terms of where do we sit against policy in terms of actuals. Like I said, I'll probably regret opening my mouth there.
No, that relates back to the earlier question about what happens to overs.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, and I was thinking exactly the same, was that we don't exactly know, I don't think, how we do track. I mean, to management, no, I don't know. I'll leave that one hanging. Ange.
Just quickly, yeah, tautoko what Shane was saying about the retailers, if we do go down that commercial avenue, because they are on a bit of a hide into nothing at the moment. And I just wanted to make a comment around the fees and charges. I mean, I've always been quite a strong supporter of user pays, but I just have a really quick anecdotal example, and I don't know whether this happens a lot. I don't want to give too much detail in case it kind of gives away who it is, but I know of someone that spent in the vicinity of between 30 and 40,000 on getting work done, and they don't even know if it will be approved to go ahead within that users and charges, because they have to have some, you know, computer simulation thing done, and they have to pay for this and pay for that before they can even subdivide off a piece of land, and it's a rural piece of land, so it's not like it's somewhere that's going to have houses built on it. It's right out in the country. So from that fees and users charges space, just to be mindful of, if we're putting things up, would that include things that, you know, people are having to pay for without even knowing that there is a favourable outcome for them? It's just like a bit of a lucky dip.
I think there's and Yolanda and James will tell me if I've got this wrong. I think, Ange, there's quite a spectrum of user pays and fees and charges because we provide such a wide range of services. So if it's a direct fee, like it's $2 for a new book at the library, it's pretty evident, right? But if you're applying for a subdivision under the Resource Management Act, and then you're looking potentially to build something that might be under the Building Act, then those fees and charges are a little bit more sophisticated and require a lot more evidence, obviously, and information and evidence for the applicant to commit to and submit for us to make decisions that mean we're compliant with the RMA and our building regulations, right? So it would seem a substantial amount of money, and it is a substantial amount of money, but it should, if all things being equal and right, they should have quite a lot of clarity about the conditions under which they're doing that work, the legal requirements they have to meet to get approved for that work, and our building inspectors and consenting team should be working actively with them, which takes a lot of time from our staff to ensure that they're successful, which is ultimately our aim, right? We want good customer service, and we want an experience of building and developing to be a positive experience in Waipa. So there's quite a range. And yes, some of those, you're right, some of those applicants spend a lot of money in that, but the idea is that they get the return on it at the end. So I hope that's useful in terms of explaining that. I wouldn't know about the individual example, but.
Thanks, Steph. And I do appreciate that there is a lot of cost. It was just that if we're putting user, like the fees and charges up across the board, And this might have been a real one-off type of thing because it's not going to be a development. It's simply a piece of land is being sold to their neighbour. But the scope of what they had to do was almost like they were going to be selling it for residential. That's what it kind of sounded like. As I say, it's very anecdotal and it's probably a one-off, but it just made me mindful of the fact of have we got fees and charges that are in that space that could potentially put people off from doing something good. That's, I suppose, what I was trying to come back to.
We try and run a recovery of cost basis, right? We're not here to generate profit. We're trying to run a balanced budget, but a zero-based balanced budget, but we need to cover costs. So we do run, excuse me, on a recovery basis, but it's always good to keep reviewing those.
Okay, I've got a couple more questions. We'll go Ian, then Pip. This is your last slide, isn't it? But we've got to deal with the next question about the fixed targeted rates.
Different question.
Do a full review of the policy. We are going to have to bring external people in to do it. So if we want to review the entire policy, we will have to bring external people, and it's a big job when we've got people. And also in the context of what we've been talking about earlier today about what's it all going to look like when everyone merges together. Don't know, so that's just with.
No, and I was thinking along exactly the same lines because I went, you go through this and there's bits and pieces you could argue the toss on, but then you get to the end and go, how big a piece of work would it be to review this to potentially end up with something very similar to what you started with? And so that was one of the questions I wanted to get out of today, because we've gone around and people are sort of chucking around bits and pieces, so I can see the light touch working. But yeah, if we go the full review, it's sort of monstrous potentially for very little change, right?
I think it's broadly working. I think the existing policy is broadly working. It was a real good point today on the commercial piece. And also, I do think that within the memo attached to it was the fees and revenue policy, and it's got the breakdowns for the relevant areas. I do think if EM sit there and go, well, that looks a bit odd to me, like Claire did today with one of them, then maybe those ones come through for staff to look at and bring back. But if we review all of them, it'll have significant impact.
Okay, let's carry on with these questions and then we'll try and wrap up this part of it. Yeah, we've got Ian.
Yeah, different question, and give me if I should know the answer to this, but I was thinking about what Shane was saying, and in terms of sort of hardship and rate deferrals, is that something that we deal with, or is that dealt with centrally? Or do we, is what portion of our base has to postpone the rates and so on and so forth, or defer them or whatever?
Yeah, we have very firm guidelines about our rates remission policies and a rates postponement and relief of rates. And it's been delegated by the CEO to the CFO to get the compliance with that policy. So for the most part, it has to be in reasonably exceptional circumstances, which we do have. Steph and I have had one of these just recently, haven't we, Steph? And it was a very exceptional circumstance, and we were able to grant relief for the penalties, not the rate itself, right? We do report back to council every 2 months. F&C, I think it's every 2 months on our rates collection process. So you monitor it at finance and corporate. And we tend to work with our ratepayers, but the rates attached to the land, not the person. That's really, really critical. So we will progress to.
Have we seen an increase? I know I should
no, it was looking good at the last meeting. No, I think Councillor Clare, which I passed on, Councillor Clare, congratulations to our rates collection team, our rates billing team, Kirsten team. So no, but we always try and work with our ratepayers first, right? Well, it's, probably.
I think I'll quickly add to that 2 points. One is that you've got one of the highest rate collections that I've seen in councils that I've been involved in. So amazing effort by the team. The second thing is LGFA and just can't think of the other entity are working on effectively a reverse mortgage scheme at the moment in terms of rates. So that's something that's just in its, they're working through that. I'm assuming you're familiar with that. So what's, if that goes ahead, that will be another product that will be offered, not via the council, but at a New Zealand Inc. level, to ratepayers to be able to defer their rates. You know, if you're in that situation where, I think it's been quoted a couple of times, you're in the $5 million home, but on the pension, so you're going to have high rates, you could actually do effectively buy into the scheme to use a reverse mortgage thing. And the benefit of using LGFA is they have very low, they can access very low interest rates, so that impost is not as high as the current bank offerings.
I was just trying to think about if we were to increase any of this, you know, that's the other side of the backstop, right? Which is what relief do we provide for people who really can't? You know, most people can probably throw in a bit, but for those who really can't, what other avenues do we have?
That's the criticality of the next question. Is do you want to move more from fixed charges to capital value?
Yep.
Or maintain? That would have a significant impact or potentially on what you're talking about, Ian.
Okay, it's a good question, but we're slightly getting off fees and charges, which we want to give you a steer on. I've got Pip and then Shane, and then we'll try and wrap up this fees and charges bit, right? And then we'll drop down to the next bit.
Just getting back to fees and charges, particularly with regard to consents, how often are they reviewed? Is it, in setting of them, is it purely a cost recovery? And if it is purely a cost recovery, one would, and other councils around us are using cost recovery, would that not indicate the extent to which our people are efficient relative to their peers to process those consents?
I'll start at the end because it's the easier question. Is we can't run a profit centre at council. We can't intentionally bill higher than the cost of providing any services. That, I believe, is under the Local Government Act. So we can't do that. So as we talked about before, the cost recovery piece, and then you'll see it through building consents and that, it's split between private benefit and public good. It's determining that per Neil's criteria run through. And then your other question at the front, Pip, was?
How often are they reviewed? And if all councils are using the same policy setting, surely that indicates a degree of efficiency of processing or otherwise.
As Neil mentioned, we don't use the same policy settings. Tony, you know, for your area and for building consents and that, obviously this policy is reviewed every LTP, but it's in terms of specific business services, how often does that usually happen? Do you know off the top of your head?
So as part of the LTP development of 2434, we did look at the fees and charges. Every department went to look at what does it cost and what are we recovering, and we reset those fees under the previous LTP. We then have a review every 3 years with the next LTP. So for the LTP that we're currently under, we have set fees for 25-26, the current financial year, as well as for 6-7, and then we'll do 27-37 LTP with that.
So they're set annually, but 3 years in advance.
Yeah. So what we have done for this LTP is we've factored an inflation increase in the subsequent year so that we keep up to date with the change in cost until the next formal review with the LTP. But then we go through the whole business, look at what do we need to recover and what is a reasonable fee to set per activity.
Yolanda, how does that relate? So, and I know that everyone was doing that. So the teams went through and looked at cost recovery. How does that relate to the sort of private good, public good part? Because you're just looking at.
Yeah, so we looked at the individual rates and then we also came back to council. We had that conversation around, I think it was around the cemeteries, what we were recovering when we looked at the budgets for that specific activity. And at the time, we decided to increase the cost for our plots to ensure that our budgets reflect the funding mix that we wanted to achieve. So we did have a look at those outliers during the LTP to ensure that we met the funding mixes.
This question here is more fundamental than is the cost recovery in the business, right? This is, do we want to look at the apportionment of the bit that should be cost recovered? Yeah, by activity. Yeah, it's a policy setting level. So, yeah, okay, which we're going to try and give you some guidance on in a couple of minutes. Shane, we'll make this the last question and then we'll try and give a sense of that, okay?
Yeah, it's not really a question, it's just listening to the conversation and understanding the need to have external specialist support and additional resourcing. I'd be advocating for just status quo, and because we've got so many other things that we need to focus on, plus we've got the restructuring by government, let's just focus on doing a really good job with the LTP and, not rearranging deck chairs.
That actually aligns perfectly with what I was just going to say. My sense of the room is this isn't a full-scale rework, but elected members can go down through the list in the last revenue and financing policy. Anything you don't like or that you just think is off, we'll collate. I guess email them to me or I don't know. Yeah, and then we'll collate them and can assess what work needs to be done on an individual basis, and we'll see what it looks like then. That's how I think we should proceed here. Does anyone have a problem with that? It seems sensible, pragmatic. We'll see how horrendous the list is, but I suspect from the feel around the room, it's not going to be too bad. And it means we can just take a look at these particulars and yeah, go from there. Does that work for you, Neil, as a way forward?
Yes. A big yes. Assuming that commercial piece is in there.
That piece will come.
We've essentially made that a separate piece of work, the rates differential. Yeah.
So look, it sounds like we'll have another revenue and financing policy meeting. Probably won't be this long. It'll be just whatever flicks up out of the fees and revenue piece, fees and charges piece, and the commercial piece at this stage, unless there's anything else.
Okay, cool. Let's put that one to bed. Now, we'll just do 10 minutes on the fixed targeted rates and UAGC piece. Just give you a steer there. Then we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back for the infrastructure strategy introduction, okay?
Yeah. So very quickly, as outlined, was we can't increase the fixed target rates and UAGC, and as a proportion of rates, it will come down as we freeze the rate to become compliant with the section of the Act. So then we're asking the question is, should it go the other way? Should we move some of the fixed charges, particularly maybe a portion of UAGC, to general rates to be allocated out on capital values? Now that, in terms of the impact that will have on a ratepayer, so that will have quite a significant impact. And then you're also going to get your rates increase as well on top of that for this year. So some ratepayers, if you change it, could see a very high increase. Not advising you either way, just putting out the implications of what that means.
Here's the sole farmer at the table. This place used to be run by farmers, right? Last Tronian, the mayor, the deputy mayor, me and Bruce were farmers. We almost carried a majority. Now it's me. So look, yeah, that's really Kane's high capital value properties, which are farms, okay? And yeah, I mean, politically, it's easy to do because there's not many of us and there's lots of you. But yeah, we certainly don't like it.
How many SURPs do you have on your property, if you don't mind me asking?
Me personally,
Yeah.
I think 4.
4. So currently, Councillor Montgomery will be getting 4 times 895 fixed charge, and whatever you get for water usage as well, and then you will also be getting whatever else is linked to SURP as well. So you're already paying a significant portion.
Yeah, no, I'm slightly tongue-in-cheek here, but just, this goes to the debate about differentials too. It's quite easy to think you're going to load cost on farms and businesses and industry, and it's politically expedient because there's a hell of a lot of ratepayers and there's not many businesses. But it's not a decision to be taken lightly. Okay.
Yeah, well, I'm just
questions. That's me. I'm done.
Well, I'm going to offer the benefit of being around the table a while because we have had sort of different scenarios of shifting it just 0.5% one way and half, and you can see, and it helps you see the impact, and then you can see whether or not there are outliers or not. It's just going to be totally unfair, or you know, you do get a better picture of it. Like if there was an appetite to look at it, I'd suggest you do some of those scenarios with just 0.5% or 1%. It's really helpful.
Do you want to say that out loud, Steve? Because it's an interesting point, how much work's involved in looking at this further.
Just in my experience, it is quite useful actually, and it can change the fundamentals of who pays across the district quite substantially, but it does require running quite a lot of the numbers. And so you want to be clear about what numbers you want to run, and you'd want to give the team a very defined set of parameters to do it, because otherwise it's very time consuming.
So basically we will need to run for those indicator properties with those shifts. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the best way to do that is to run effectively you run a complete model, right? So there is a bit of work in that. So yeah, having clear direction on what you're looking for is useful.
You know, how much do you want to change and shift it? As
Yeah.
you say, 0.5%, you make a bit of difference, 1%. If you want to do that, we need to have some very clear direction.
Okay, consider that, Roger.
Yeah, thanks. I'd really suggest the status quo. Not only have we got considerable change coming up in the next few years, but from a public perception point of view, we've already got considerable rate changes that we're going to have a strong story as to why things have changed. I think to complicate it even more by putting in this additional factor would be unnecessary.
Poor Lisa's rate calculator would blow up, I think, putting another variable in there.
Okay, we've got Shane and then me, Mike.
I mean, status quo, and fiddle, you know, what's the problem we're trying to fix by moving the numbers around, right? I don't think there's a big problem out there that we're trying to fix. And just no workload, et cetera, and all the other things around us. It's the same comment I made before. Status quo, let's just get in, do it. LTP.
Agree.
Yeah, totally agree with that. And just also, if you look at our rates increases recently, the commercial sector has been hit on average far more than my house. The rates calculator will tell you that. And look, your house doesn't really generate any GDP in itself for this region, but your farm or your business absolutely does. And your farm or your business brings in all the people that then buy the houses, and you know that knock-on effect. So yeah, status quo, particularly with everything else that's happening.
Okay, look, I'm getting a bit of nodding now. I've stated my position, so I'm reluctant to do this. Is there much appetite for any change here? I'm thinking no. Anyone want to make a case for changing something? Okay, I think we can call that then. There's a stare for you. That was on that. So we've handled fees and charges and this part. Can I just ask a last question? Right at the top of that slide, the community affordability. The affordability metric is something we've talked about a bit, and seeing it's up there, and we've got a couple of minutes, just wanted to raise it. We had this very blunt metric introduced last LTP. We've mentioned it in sort of lead up workshops. Just want to ask where you're at with that. What are you thinking? And then we'll see if anyone else around the table has a view.
Yeah, it'll follow later because you've got to assess it of what actual rates look like. But our thought process on it, well, at least your lenders and my thought processes on it, is we're transferring roughly 40% of our revenue, so through waters, so the community affordability should be 60% of what it previously was, so around 3% instead of 5%. In terms of that target number, we've got that's a little bit more scientific than that and a little bit more complex, but that kind of parameter gets applied across once we've actually started building a proper LTP. So we'll definitely overlay that when you probably after levels of service, after we've built the draft model and the relevant directions, we'll see what that looks like versus the median.
Okay,
wage.
good. It probably needs to come relatively early in the process because it is part of your thinking. If it's looking really good or really bad, it does determine how you think about the long-term plan partly. It certainly guided us a bit last time, I believe.
Mm.
Questions, comments, anyone on that? Yes, Shane.
I mean, to me, I think I've said it before. I think the whole community affordability thing is just a load of rubbish. That metrics showed last time that a 15.8% or 15.7, whatever it was affordable for the ratepayer. Anything that shows that 15.8 is affordable to the ratepayer, yeah, I just think it makes no sense. It doesn't help us at all, I don't think, to actually sell increases, especially with this current focus on getting the rates down. So to me, it's just a waste of time. That's my view.
Anyone else? Claire.
I support the use of an affordability, I suppose, parameter, because it kind of says that we appreciate that the overall quantum of rates, yeah, is an important aspect of a, component of a household's budget. And we're committed to keeping it within, I suppose a ceiling or something, not go over that. So we're not saying that individual increases on an annual basis might be high or low, whatever, but generally it's sort of more of a longer term view that we're going to try and keep it up. I think it's good to keep it in there. I think it's going to be important when we come into amalgamation discussions as well. Yeah. So, I mean, it doesn't change the fact that, your rates are still $3,000 or $4,000. Yeah, it doesn't, but it just means that we don't want it to go past a certain level. That's what we're trying to keep it under.
Okay, two good competing views there. Mike, you have the final one on this and then we're going to stop.
Right, I'm totally supporting what Claire said, because affordability is not about a percentage. Affordability is about the quantum, and that's what people are paying. They're not paying a percentage. When they get their bill, it's an amount. And so that's why I think it should stay, and we should keep our eyes on the ball here.
Okay, that was the last word to you, Mayor Mike. We're going to break for 3 minutes. Back here at 3:15 for infrastructure strategy. Okay, everyone, if we could come back. Call you all back to order. Right, last session of the day. EL, you've got the graveyard shift on infrastructure strategy. Yep. Over to you.
It's always nice to start the day with a few small topics of financial infrastructure and the future. So we'll just lead off with that. Infrastructure Strategy 101. So today's session is just to give elected members a high-level overview and run over as to what an infrastructure strategy is, and then move into the improvements that we're going to make for the 2757 infrastructure strategy based on learnings from the 2024 55 infrastructure strategy. So the infrastructure strategy is a legislative requirement. It's required under the Local Government Act, and it's the bridge between our technical asset management plans and our financial strategy, really tightly linked to our financial strategy. The strategy's purpose is to support the delivery of WIPA's strategic direction that elected members make, identifies what infrastructure is required, when it's planned to be provided, and how much it's expected to cost over the next 30 years. It outlines what we intend to respond, how we intend to respond to the needs of the infrastructure assets, including renewals and replacements during that time. So real broad, and it's real future planning. So it identifies in terms of the key infrastructure that's currently included in the plan are our stormwater networks, our transport roading networks, including supporting our public transport infrastructure. So it's our bus stops and the likes of that. Our flood protection and drainage, our community facilities and open spaces, and our solid waste and resource recovery infrastructure. So real key infrastructure requirements. The strategy also sets the council's approach to managing the infrastructure over the next 30 years, with 10 years in detail and 20 years at a higher level of detail. And it is trying to achieve and balance growth, resilience, and affordability. It tells the story of what we need to invest in and why, identifying the challenges we face and how we respond to these, while the financial strategy tells us how we can afford it. So both these documents underpin the long-term plan that ensure our decisions are aligned to the strategies and are sustainable and transparent as we look forward to the next 10 years. So what's included in an infrastructure strategy? So as I've said, it's closely linked to the financial strategy, what and when. So we can, the infrastructure strategy defines the investment need and timing for the infrastructure. The asset management plans provide the evidence detail of the renewals, growth and levels of service requirements and costs. The financial strategy sets the funding envelopes, your debt caps and your affordability thresholds. And following the decisions made by elected members, you form the LTP that translates all of these into projects and budgets. So heading into asset management planning and activity management planning, you might hear, and they're both interrelated. One refers to assets are around the assets and looking after what we've got, and activity management planning is around our assets and services, because not all of our services have assets that we look after, but we still need to have activity management plans. So asset management planning is the evidence-based for the infrastructure strategy and your long-term plan.
It's about the long-term management of our assets to make sure we keep delivering services to the levels our community expects in a cost-effective way. And so the long-term management of assets, we've talked a lot about agreed levels of service today, which we're going to be talking about at a workshop at the end of the month. And it's around how we achieve those in an intergenerational, with intergenerational equity, balancing the cost to the current and future customers and avoiding unsustainable debts. So it is really balancing what the community needs, what we need to deliver the strategies, and how much we can afford to invest in our infrastructure and the decisions we make. I'm going to fly through this. Have questions at the end. So why it matters. Asset management planning is the foundation for delivering services that are sustainable and affordable. It helps us balance what the community expects with the financial realities of what we can deliver, and it supports transparent and evidence-based decision making. So in a simple way, the two graphs that you see here are from our current infrastructure strategy, and the top graph is showing how much funding is required, and it's split between your renewals, levels of service and growth. And the bottom graph shows you the gap between what we need to invest, which is the blue bar and the funding request, and what we can afford to fund, which is the yellow bar and the LTP funding. So it actually provides a really good picture in terms of affordability, and the funding request portion shows the need for either more funding, service level changes, or timing shifts. So it's a trade-off space where your decisions matter through the long-term plan. Strategy also not only looks beyond the last 3 years, it's an intergenerational stewardship, like I've said. We've got a good picture of the infrastructure that's already being delivered across the district, and what we continue to build is the understanding of where the remaining gaps of our future infrastructure requirements are. This gives elected members a really good and strong evidence base for decisions about what needs to happen next. So we have a good base. A key message that we've heard from elected members is that infrastructure investment needs to be planned in a sequenced and coordinated way over the long term rather than considered in isolation. And we've also heard that we need to carefully balance investments in renewals with growth-related infrastructure and levels of service so we can maintain reliable services today while also supporting growth. So this highlights the trade-offs needed, which is ring-fenced in the red there, to balance between maintaining levels of service, funding renewals, and supporting growth. These considerations will be central to shaping the infrastructure strategy and the long-term choices it sets out. So what's different this time? So in response to the audit feedback and feedback from elected members, we've made some deliberate changes to how we're approaching the infrastructure strategy this time round. We're also making sure it aligns financially with our asset management plans and the financial strategy, and we've engaged early with Audit New Zealand so that there are no surprises. We'll still need to show how we will coordinate the Waikato Waters Limited transfer of assets in our strategic plan to ensure growth areas are serviced efficiently and our district remains resilient, noting our water services delivery plan has already indicated and identified the next 10 years of investment. So over the next few months, we'll continue to develop the 2027-37 infrastructure strategy draft, and that is planned to come back to elected members in November. That was shown in the high-level calendar for the LTP. during this presentation this morning. So it forms a document that looks like this currently, which is 126 pages, with all of the decisions that you'll make over the next few months. So it's a real complex document, but really important for the future of council, and particularly for any funding and projects beyond the next 10 years. And so the decisions here and identifying those, which we've already talked about today as to what that looks like, are critical in forming the infrastructure strategy. So, any questions?
Good, thanks, El. I'm sure there will be. I'm going to start. Can I back you up 2 slides? The one with the blue and the orange bars in it. That one there, this has perplexed me. The difference between what's requested and what we end up putting in the LTP, because your activity managers, they come up with the requests, and if I was an activity manager, you want everything great, right? And then what we get down to, it's, for me, this could just be me, but I'll be interested to hear what others say. That process lacked clarity last time. The trade-offs, when you cut a slide on, you're talking about the trade-offs. I never really felt like I had a clear understanding of the trade-offs. I don't know if exec did, and I don't know if my fellow EMs did, but you're under this massive pressure, the whole organisation, we're cutting, and then you'll see something get built and you go, I wouldn't have built that, but I didn't even know it was at a level that I didn't know about or didn't know. Like some flash playground, it's like, I wouldn't have spent $1 million on that when we're sweating roads, for example, And so my question is, and this time round, how are you going to help us understand the trade-offs that you're making so that we can all both participate, understand, and then turn around and say to our population, yeah, we thought about this, we got it, and this is what we came up with, rather than, oh, I didn't even know that was going to get built. If anyone objects to that question, yeah, jump in.
Fantastic. In terms of transparency and visibility of the projects within the LTP, it's critical that elected members have an awareness of those, both what's in the existing LTP and the decisions you need to make. So I'll get Kirsty and the team to guide me on this, but my understanding is the full view of the capital program, line by line, in terms of the projects, is planned to cut so that you actually have an awareness of what is being is currently funded in the LT long-term plan, current approved, versus what are the prioritised projects this elected member team will make over the LTP period, and that forms part of the documents coming through and workshops over the next until December, I believe, or until November, which will inform the infrastructure strategy. So the executive team have recognised that as Kirsty and the LTP project team, that it's an important requirement for elected members to have visibility of those, so that that a destination playground is being built versus a renewal of an existing playground.
Okay, good, thanks. Look, this is a line I'll keep pushing as we go, and being a member of the PGG for the LTP, I'll keep pushing it because I want us to understand it.
Can I also just add quickly that not only did we have funded projects, but there's an entire list of unfunded projects that didn't make the funded list, which we've identified need to have visibility, so that there is a decision still to be made whether some of the unfunded projects are now actually more of a priority than the funded projects.
And this is all in the activity management plans, but they're hundreds of pages long. It's very hard read and it's very hard to understand, and they are presented by activity, so it's hard to understand the trade-offs across the activities. So yeah, look, I'll shut up, but I'll keep pushing this line. Pip, and then Ion.
I'm very conscious, and I've talked about this for a long time, that we've had a mismatch between infrastructure build and demand. and you're sort of saying you're trying to correct it. The process that you go to get your LT, the long-term plan and sort of constantly doing this just-in-time capital delivery and the time frame that you are required, because, these things don't get sort of, they're like buying the milk for the dairy for Tuesdays. What period of time do you need to give you the time frame to be able to adjust your schedule for this just-in-time delivery? Because, obviously in the last 3 years, that got way out of whack. And I want to think how you're going to get back into, some form of understanding how we are going to respond to the demand out there, which, as I said, I think in the last 3 to 5 years has not been achieved.
So if we go back to the workshop, the growth program and the workshop presented to council on the 13th of May, that actually showed the starting point of the improved way of getting that just-in-time delivery and how we will do that. Every LTP, you have an LTP that sets out the 10 years already, and an infrastructure strategy that has got your planned growth, levels of service and renewals projects. So you're not starting from scratch. So it's actually then reassessing whether those are individually still appropriate. Is the timing appropriate? Is the funding apportionment appropriate? And is the delivery realistic, aligned with the developer conversations that you're having and the delivery conversations that you're having? But also aligning all the projects together to make sure that you're not delivering one project and then coming along and undoing it with another one. So all of that work that's part of an LTP process. That's what our teams do and will be doing for this LTP also. So the timing will be as per the calendar to bring that information aligned with the growth resetting of the growth program and the way growth is going to be delivered within the Waipawa district. And so it's, and through the LTP. So yeah, the growth strategy. So it's all aligning right from the top with the financial strategy, and it's just going to trickle down to ensure that it's going to deliver exactly what you were just asking.
And how do you get the market feedback loop working properly?
And in terms of your program, your growth program, but it's also those strategic relationships that will be delivered and through the conversation. So there's the strategic partnerships as a key role as part of Katie's role, for example, to be actually building that information and having that information available. But we have to understand that a developer's information is private to them. It is a commercial environment to them. So ultimately, there's always risk involved with the estimations you make on when the delivery is there.
Okay, we're going on then, Claire.
So I'm just trying to think about the funding here, because in those 3 heaps, presumably heaps, that's a technical term, renewals versus growth versus level of service. We fund them all differently, presumably, because our renewals should be coming from our
yes, depreciation.
Depreciation. Thank you. That was the word that was failing me. Clearly getting tired. And so when we look at this, the bottom graph there, there's presumably, because we should be able to debt fund the growth in theory, but we should be able to fund the depreciation. The depreciation should in theory cover 100% of our renewals. And then how does the level of service factor into that from a funding point of view? That's a very kludgy question, but I think you know where I'm going.
The level of service portion of a capital project would also be funded through debt and then repaid as part of the rates requirement in future years.
And so in terms of that, the differential there between because in my mind, it should be the growth portion. That should be the only bit that we're not putting in the LTP. Because the renewals, by definition, we have 100% funded by depreciation from previous years.
Yeah, so the growth portion would also go into the LTP, but it's repaid through development contributions.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to understand is how do we end up with how does that funding shortfall? So I can see that, you know, community facilities was underfunded by 50%, 49%. How does that break down between the three different types of renewal versus growth versus level of service? Like, you know what I mean? Because
Yes, and noting that there is revenue, we have co-investors such as Waka Kotahi in terms of subsidisation also impact in this in these graphs and our budgeting. So yes, they would. And as we know, for example, the transportation area, we're not funding all of our renewals program. We are millions of dollars behind in funding our renewals program, and that's how it shows up on the graphs. But in terms of growth, I have master.
yeah, so but just if we go to growth, but in terms, is that because we've underinvested in depreciation in previous years, or is it because the assets haven't lasted as long as we expected them to?
I would say it's an underfunding of depreciation in previous cycles, or deciding, not to fund the renewal project because we simply did not have the funds.
Okay.
That can come about from different factors like inflation around what you accounted for doesn't quite match up with what the need is. It also factors into what level of services changes you've had in the system versus what was previously renewed. A good example is stormwater, where a pipe that may have been sized when you first appreciated it, only accounting for X storm, but now it needs to increase to account for Y storm because that's where the standards have gone. And stormwater is a massive change in level of service that's occurred since, it's probably the biggest change that we've seen in level of service in recent years. With growth, obviously the infrastructure strategy helps define those percentages that accompany the entire project portfolio. We need to include them in the LTP and articulate those so that we can be transparent with how we're charging them back through DCs. But the statement around financial policy and how that embeds and bleeds into the DCs is how we fund it, and we fund it through a growth portfolio of DCs. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay, clear.
Thanks. So I guess this is a chance for me to again raise the claim that growth pays for growth. It's mentioned in this policy. Okay. But of course, that's been a focus on the capital delivery side of growth assets. Are we also going to commit to making sure that we manage the operational side, the ongoing side of operating growth assets to make sure that additional costs on current ratepayers are equitable compared to the future ratepayers that those growth assets were actually invested for? Yeah, so is that going to be addressed when you are working up the new infrastructure strategy?
The ongoing operational costs associated with new assets coming on board, yes, that is something that we want to bring through, particularly in the levels of services levels of service process, particularly, and I hope you recall when Blair Bowcott came from Hamilton City, he talked about growth and the assets that are being delivered through growth areas and development areas, and sometimes it's the view as to whether we can afford the infrastructure being vested to council and the ongoing maintenance of that. So that is something that elected members will we'll need to work through and decide on, and we can bring the information in terms of what that can look like as part of our levels of service.
Yeah, for instance, you know, I was doing some work on the next 9 years, which were included in the infrastructure strategy, and it says that I suppose our rating base is going to increase, you know, by about 34%, but our growth assets are going to increase in value by 700%. And so there is definitely, are going to be an affordability issue arising. So we've got to work out a policy how we're going to manage that. There's a other couple of more detailed questions I've got. You know, for instance, we deferred our open spaces. I don't know if it was the capacity or there was some kind of review we were going to do through Ahuaki that's been delayed. That would have made sense to have been completed to feed into the infrastructure strategy. So, yeah. Is that too detailed for today?
So, yeah, I think so. You were referring to the open space network plan.
Yeah.
And looking at across the district. And
Yeah.
look, this is just a case of resourcing and prioritisation. And we've been really clear on the back of the weather event in February. We've had to redirect resources. So that's just not been achievable.
And then it's unlikely it will be done for this particular work either, like, you know, so we haven't managed it, but it's also unlikely to be able to be completed to feed into this.
I think it's unlikely that it will be at a completion point to be able to feed into the LTP.
Okay. Last question, Mayor Mike.
Sorry. It's a request in terms of just information for me to try and get my head around, get some good decisions. And it's a couple of slides on actually, page 60. And it's sort of the last couple of points here around the demographic change and linked to, I guess, infrastructure decisions, level of service and that sort of thing. So we received a graph in the last month or so of taking us through to 2050 and the massive demographic changes that are going to take place. I think it would be really quite handy because this is about 10 years is roughly 40% of the time of just each year, how our demographics are changing to ensuring that when we're putting things into this thing, they're over time fitting into what we know is coming in terms of demographic change. So I don't think it would take too much work, just a little bit of an addendum on the side there of this is each year, how our demographics change within Waipa. Is that possible?
Influenced by immigration.
It was in the growth strategy, right? That's where we've seen it. So, and the growth strategy links so closely to the infrastructure strategy and the finance strategy. They're all good.
So often we say it's very simple, it's simple, and then we go in and look at it and it's not so simple, but we will take that away and see how simple it is.
All right. Thank you for the consideration.
Brilliant.
Can I just ask for clarification on it? Just briefly, Mike, by that do you mean, and I say this with respect, playgrounds for kids or playgrounds for older people?
That was going through my head.
The nuance that is going on through your head?
That doesn't have to be in there, but that's exactly playgrounds for children versus playgrounds for Zimmer frames.
Yeah.
That sort of thing. That sort of thing. Libraries, et cetera, yeah.
And roading infrastructure, accessibility, curbs, public,
Okay, in Japan today, they're closing 500 schools a year in Japan because of the diminishing population. 500 schools a year.
All right, brilliant. Let's bring this to a close. I just see there's a next steps slide. Is that you, Kirsty? You're just going to speak to the next steps and then we'll wrap it up, okay?
Absolutely. I think what this has highlighted is the importance of seeing the synergies and alignment across each of those component parts, you know, in terms of the strategic direction, growth, the financial strategy, infrastructure strategy. And so, you know, lessons learned from last time round, we are hoping to address the issues that we experienced in developing the 25-34 long-term plan. So just with regard to the next slide, please. What we heard from you today, I'm not going to go into this in detail, but essentially we provided you with a recap in terms of the financial strategy, those financial parameters that had been presented to the workshop on the 26th of March. It's been identified, really great feedback in terms of the influence of amalgamation, and there will be a further session with you in the next little while. but adding in a new number 11 parameter relating to the impact of amalgamation. With regard to parameter 2, specifically debt levels, so there was support for option 2, and that, which is retention of the 25% headroom, with us following up with LGFA in terms of the smoothing for getting back to 2.8. With regard to parameter 5, the appetite for borrowing for operating expenditure and specifically emergencies. So support for utilising the debt headroom to fund emergencies. We then moved into the revenue and financing policy, so very aptly provided with an overview as to what that is, the purpose of it. And you were able to provide feedback then in terms of partial or full review, so heard very clearly that we're not at a point where we wish to undertake a comprehensive, extensive review. With respect to fees and charges, what we heard from you there was that elected members would go away and look at the policy and provide feedback if there was any outliers or areas of concern, and then we would collate that feedback and bring that back to a follow-up session on the revenue and financing policy. We heard in relation to fixed targeted rates in UAGC to retain the status quo. With regard to community affordability, that will be coming back at a future point in time. And with regard to the infrastructure strategy, really great overview from EL. So we've heard very clearly that you want us to help you to understand the trade-offs, acknowledge that last time round, I think we were so up against it in terms of timeframes that there really wasn't that opportunity for elected members to be actively engaged in the shaping of the infrastructure strategy. And we've heard the information request around the demographic change and how that links into the provision of infrastructure. I think really we're seeing a different way of working with you also in terms of these workshop sessions. So a lot of planning that goes into them, checking in with Mayor Mike and Monty, particularly through the PGG, and then providing you with detailed information in advance, but an opportunity to have this interactive session. So in short, just on behalf of all of the staff involved in presenting and preparing for today, just really want to thank you for your, I guess, very clear feedback and direction, for strong, robust questions, and yeah, look forward to the next session with you. Kia ora.
Right, yeah, thanks, team. When you say the summary like that, it makes me realise we've come through a lot of work today.
One more slide. Which is timeframes, and you're not going to go into detail, but you can see that we'll be coming back to you over the coming months in terms of each of those component parts. Thank you.
Brilliant. Right, everyone, join me in the last comment to Roger.
No, it was not a last comment. Just in terms of your recap of what you've heard, perhaps a recall on the levels of service information for the next workshop.
So the next workshop on the LTP will be the levels of service review. So look, we've only just been provided with your email, and we will look at that in the context of the material that we provide. We will be having a check-in with Mayor Mike and Monty around the proposed approach, just to make sure that that meets elected member expectations. But thank you, Roger.
Brilliant, thank you. Join me in the closing karakia, please, everyone. Puratia te rangamārie, puratia te araha, puratia te ngāko pai, puratia ngā wawata, kia kore i ngaro, omiei, huiei, daikiei.